regular meeting of the City Council was held in Council Chamber on Thursday, June 14th at 2018 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on June 12th, 2018 at 11:08 a.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV. Absent were no councilors. Council President Gerard, that's me, presiding. Councilor Madore moved to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. I request now that everyone please rise to recite the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Dibble.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public testimony. So we have a few people here tonight, and as all of you know, when you come up to the podium, you give your name and address for the record. You speak directly to me, and then we'll go. So first up is Pam Lombardini.
My name is Pam Lombardini. I live at 3 Larch Ave in Salem, Massachusetts, and I'm here in support of Eileen Simons continuing on as city clerk. I've known Eileen for a long time. The thing about Eileen is that she is a dedicated, loyal employee of the city. She's been working for the city of Salem back when she was in college, and then she rose to the point of working full-time and then becoming the assistant city clerk. At this point, I think that picking anyone else, even though they're qualified, would be a bad move. The person that has to be the city councilor is someone that knows this city, and Eileen knows it. She was born and raised here. She and her husband chose to raise their children here, and she knows this city like the back of her hand. The learning curve would be very tough for someone that is coming on here to not only learn the city clerk's position, but also to learn the city of which it has. So I want to thank you, and I hope Eileen gets the votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Jen Lynch.
Jen Lynch, 38 Charles Street. Thank you, Madam President. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Salem. They've asked me to introduce us to the council in light of the devastating and undemocratic Supreme Court decision taken Monday regarding the cleanup of voter rolls in Ohio. The National League of Women Voters released a statement regarding this decision, and I'll just hit the highlights. I won't keep you too long. The Supreme Court ruled against Ohio voters by upholding the state's purging practice for those voters who did not vote in a single, that is one, election in the case of Houston versus A. Philip Randolph Institute. The League of Women Voters in the United States, the League of Women Voters of Ohio, and the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU School of Law previously filed a friend of the court brief in this case, arguing that the state's purge process, which could be initiated after a voter missed a single federal election, violated the National Voter Registration Act. Ohio's voter purge practice kept hundreds of thousands of eligible registered voters from participating in the 2016 elections. While presently Ohio is one of only a few states that use failure to vote as a trigger for kicking someone off the rolls, there is worry that other states will take this decision as a green light to implement more aggressive voter purges. Chris Carson, president of the League of Women Voters of the United States, notes in the statement that a democracy is strongest when every voice can be heard, when every eligible voter can cast their vote and have it counted. The League of Women Voters will continue to fight for voting rights, for equality at the ballot box, and equal representation in government. The Supreme Court got this one wrong. The right to vote is not use it or lose it. I stand before you today reading you excerpts from this National League statement because the League of Women Voters in Salem would like the opportunity to partner with the council and with the city clerk's office to protect the voting rights of all Salem citizens. The appointment of a new clerk, whomever it may be, and the attention from this court case provides ideal occasion to review purging practices and other voter enrollment standards allowed or followed here in the city. The League of Women Voters is nonpartisan, and we have access to evidence-based best practices for updating and maintaining registration rolls. We, the League of Women Voters of Salem, agree that our right to vote should never be use it or lose it. Our right to vote is what makes us a working democracy. We join the National League in denouncing the Supreme Court decision, and we hope to work closely with this body and with the new clerk to ensure that every Salem voter who is legally entitled is able to vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rob Liani?
Hi, Rob Liani from Coffee Time, 96 Bridge Street in Salem. So I want to speak in favor of the change to allow mixed use in the B1 zones. I think that's very important. It's historically, it's been that way for a long time until it was, I really think, inadvertently changed in like 2009. If you look up and down Bridge Street or in a lot of other business-oriented neighborhoods, it's been a very common practice, and it's also it's good for the neighborhood. It allows it to be vital that things are going on during the day, things are going on at night. People have amenities nearby. You're not just segregating everything to residents in one place and all business at the mall. It's it's part of what neighborhood should be. And let's see. There's been arguments that you don't need that because of grandfathering, but grandfathering goes away after a couple of years. If things are empty for a couple of years or turn to residents, they can't turn back to the way it was a few years ago. So that's another reason to make it by right that you can do that. At the committee hearing a couple of weeks ago, I heard some fears which I really think are unfounded from what I've talked to other people, that it would allow things to, for example, it was mentioned Staples and Vinton Square would allow a lot of residents to be built above that, but I think those fears are unfounded. This is really for, small businesses in neighborhood businesses. And I'd also like to speak in favor of changing the parking requirements to the 1.5 spaces per unit. Again, a lot of those areas are close to commuter rail, and it would make it easier to build affordable or slightly more affordable housing in those areas if you didn't have to provide 2 parking spaces, which, from what I understand, that's the only area that requires 2. Where we are on Bridge Street, they only need 1.5, and it just seems logical to extend that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cheryl LaPointe. Welcome back, Cheryl LaPointe. Haven't seen you in a while.
It's funny to see you on this side, huh?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. I will be brief, as I know you have a lengthy...
Name and address for the record.
I know, huh? See, it must be retirement. Cheryl LaPointe, 34 Raymond Avenue. I'm here to speak about the issue of the city clerk. I'll be brief because I know you have a lengthy agenda with the budget. I'm here to speak on behalf of one of your candidates for the city clerk, Eileen Simons. I don't know the other candidates, but I'm sure their resumes are very impressive. The position of the city clerk is one of the most demanding jobs. You don't just work for one boss, you work for 11. And you answer to the Secretary of State. I believe for a smooth transition, knowledge is key. Not just the laws, duties, or obligations, but knowing the fabric of Salem. Salem is a unique city. It's rich in history, but deep in conviction. You have to trust the person in the position for guidance, and internal knowledge is a great attribute. I have personally known and worked shoulder to shoulder with Ms. Simons. If Salem wants a dedicated, knowledgeable, hardworking city clerk, then you don't have to look very far. This woman has no problem working the extra hours it takes to prepare for a city council meeting, for an election, for recounts, or anything necessary as in the way of a project that the city clerk will have to do. Salem's first time dealing with early voting. I just want you to know we worked 32 days straight. That's weekends and nights, just to make sure that every detail was thought through thoroughly in preparing something that we'd never done before and execute it. We worked tirelessly to put together the hearings for the challenge petitions for Sanctuary City, which, by the way, were held on a Saturday and Sunday to allow for all to attend. Many hours of preparation by the city clerk's office to compile the necessary voter registrations dating back to when you signed a book to register. This is what it takes. And again, Ms. Simons was there at my side getting it done. After knowing Ms. Simons for 18 years and working side by side with her for 14 years, I know she would meet the challenges of this position, and I believe Salem would be in good hands for years to come. Having Eileen as my assistant was one of the best decisions I made. Best of luck with your decision, and I'm confident you'll make the right one.
Thank you. Next, we have Flora Tonthat.
Hi, Flora Tonthat, 30 Northeast Street. I'm here to speak about the B1 zoning by right. As Rob Leone said, has coffee time, and we look across, and there's like 6 businesses that have got converted into condos, and never to be, a business again or mixed use. We have spent thousands of dollars on master plan. I don't know, 5-6 years ago, and it calls for a mixed use along Bridge Street, making the community more vibrant. People are able to walk to convenience stores or do their business during the day, in Salem. For these reasons, I think we need to vote in favor of the zoning by right. And again, reiterating what Rob has said about the unfounded fear for Staples or, those big stores, there is the restrictions for B1 to be 3,500 square feet, I think, per unit, and there's height restrictions, and that is just as the building guy, I forget his name, St. Pierre, he also said it was unfounded fear. So I'm very much in favor. The parking from 2 to 1.5, I'm in favor of that. I think we need to not require them to have 2 parking spaces when the trend is that people are using all modes of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Sternberg.
Thank you, President Gerard. I appreciate you and the council allowing the opportunity to speak up. I wanted to speak 25 Pickman Road, Salem, Massachusetts. I wanted to speak on the issue of the ad hoc committee recommendations and process for the appointment of the interviews and appointment of the city clerk, and around affordable housing and attainable housing, speaking to the zoning, the parking, and I'll try to be brief in points to each of them. In terms of, I'm not speaking on behalf of any one candidate. I do have experiencing managing multiple managers and hiring multiple managers and staff. And I've had the experience of someone who's done exactly the job and come into the job and done a job well done. And I've had the experience of hiring someone that had no experience specifically mirroring exactly what that job is. And they have expanded the program, changed the program to ensure that all our customers and our patients were given the best care, advanced staff so that staff succeeded and stayed with the job, and won new contracts and helped secure new funds into it. So I want to speak to that. We need to have an open mind to the process, and I ask you to be open to that, to ensure that we have the highest performance, whoever that is, the highest degree of continuous improvement into this process, that a person who has awareness of their weaknesses and strengths and takes action and demonstrates that in the interview process. Two, relative to that, as I spoke earlier in OLA, Council President, you presented an important idea in the ad hoc that would have community representation. The community representation was not included in the ad hoc committee, but you recognized, the ad hoc committee and OLA recognized, that each of you who are not a part of the ad hoc committee should have an opportunity to ask a question, as you are going to make the decisions in voting for that candidate. I once again ask that the council as a whole consider the importance of including a member of the community, particularly a community that is the largest minority group, and I would say recommend that the Latino Leadership Council coalition would make that recommendation to the council within a quick response, and be able to add a question that they would come before you, President of the council, to make determination that it's an appropriate question and is not repeating something the council is already doing. Lastly, relative to the ad hoc committee, I raised the point, with all due respect to our acting clerk, that as we have these discussions, like you recuse yourself around discussions of Salem Hospital, that our acting clerk would similarly do that. We need to, there's been numerous comments by members of the council speaking to the importance of fairness across, and that everyone has the same information. And so while these proceedings are open and televised, I think stepping out in that context would be a consideration to make. Thank you for that piece. The affordable housing piece, I want to just raise that it is so important that everyone who wants to live in Salem, everyone who works in Salem, who works in businesses and currently can't afford to live in Salem because of the continued rising prices and the reduction in stock. There are a number of things that are before you now and that will be before you over the coming weeks and the coming year that impact on that. The mixed-use zoning ordinance, which OLA did not pass, moved out of committee but in a negative way, is one such thing that offers an opportunity to ensure that businesses and residents can be mixed together, can reflect on the neighborhood environment, and avoid unnecessary dives into creating everything into condos and rising prices. Similarly, the reduction of the parking requirement for NRCC to 1.5, as was pointed out by several councils, there's clear demonstrated research that people are not using these parking spaces. Adding the parking requirements adds to the price and ultimately impacts every one of us in the community, particularly those that are trying to stay in the community, afford to live in that. And I appreciate the fact that we have some open forums coming up around affordable housing, and ask that each of you take active part to support us making changes to increase affordable and attainable housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Cohen.
Jeff Cohen, 12 Hancock Street, Salem. Yesterday, Boston's ordinance on short-term rentals passed the city council 11-2. And unlike our city council, when a ordinance is in front of the council, they can submit amendments on the spot. And they navigated through and passed a really excellent and strong ordinance. It addresses many of the things that the draft that's in front of you, or will be in front of you, addresses. It's a little bit stronger. The one I'm going to recommend that one, as I did in the meeting on Monday, has more clarification, has a fee schedule, which it doesn't currently have, and as Boston does and most communities do, and strengthens a couple of the chapters. But the most important thing about the Boston one is that it eliminates completely any short-term rentals in properties that are not owner-occupied. There is a window for people to transition back to long-term tenancy. There's also allowances for people who have gained employment, helping with the short-term rental. In Salem, we've already experienced lots of issues with regard to neighborhood nuisance and quality of life. People who were at the meeting on Monday, the subcommittee, there is a lobby group right now that has 60-plus members. Most of them have been purchasing properties that are not owner-occupied. As a matter of fact, one of the officers has had a property in Salem that is converted to a virtual hotel in Ward 4 and has been cited several times already. These investors don't believe they need to play by the same rules as inns and B&Bs, which are in virtually every case the sole means of livelihood for small business owners who, of course, live in Salem. Most important, though, is the resulting diminished lower rental stock. Think of this. Boston, which has already identified 2,000 properties, not units, properties that have been converted that are not owner-occupied, and is going to eliminate this ability for investors to come in. Where will these investors go next? They will go to places like Salem. So it is vitally important and imperative that this city council, and there's a public meeting on the 26th, I hope everyone can attend and submit comments if you can't, but to get this ordinance realized and reviewed and passed as soon as possible. And I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Farah Wolfson, but I don't see her. No. Okay, then that is public testimony. Hearings, none. Appointments and reappointments.
Held from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Matthew Smith, 12 Northern Street, to serve as a member of the planning board with a term to expire on May 24th, 2023.
Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Councilor Madore moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Matt is here. I'm very impressed by his resume, having been his colleague years ago for a few years and worked with him directly on several projects in planning. And also before meeting him, I learned that he did the post-disaster master plan for New Orleans, and just has such a diverse spectrum of experience from transportation, master planning, downtown planning, all sorts. And so I'm very sad that he left the traffic and parking department for another opportunity, but happy to learn that he's willing to continue to serve our community. So I fully support his appointment and hope other councilors will do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo that as well, that being coming on to this council in January and almost every complaint and issue that we get, or I can speak for myself, that I get has to do with traffic and parking. And so being able to lean on Matt's outstanding expertise has been really, really helpful. And so I was saddened when he left, but really happy that we can still hopefully use his expertise in our city.
Thank you. Councilor Fury.
Madam President, Matt is really a people's person, a city person. I think we'll bring a lot to the table. Planning department has a major influence throughout the city of Salem. I think most cities and towns would love to have what's going on in Salem. The challenges and everything's available, and Matt's ready to meet the task. I think we're very lucky to have Matt take on a new life. We're very lucky. Thank you, Matt, for serving.
Any further discussion? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have to echo the words of my fellow councilors. I think Matt will do a great job on our planning board. I'm very familiar with the planning board, and I think his skills, and I'm very familiar with Matt as well, I think his skill set will bring a tremendous knowledge to assist the planning board in making better decisions in Salem. I met with his replacement twice this week, Nick Downing. I think we're going to be in good hands with his replacement, and I'll miss Matt. I had worked with Matt on a whole host of Ward 7 traffic issues and parking issues over the last I'd say year and a half or so. And I will miss him, but I think we're going to be okay. So it's a win-win, as the good large council always says. We're going to have one of them on our parking board, and now we have a replacement who's going to hopefully fill his shoes fully as Matt. This is a good thing. So I welcome Matt to the planning board.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Councilor Medora's motion for confirmation by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Fury.
Yes.
Councilor Medora.
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Milo.
Yes.
Councilor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor Gerard.
Yes. On the matter of the appointment of Matthew Smith to the Planning Board, we have 11 members voting, 11 members in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Medora.
Madam President, I move to suspend the rules to allow Matt to address the council if he so chooses.
Seeing no objection, Matt, you can come on down.
First of all, I just want to say thank you very much, Liz, for very kind words. And it was a really tough decision to actually leave the city job that I had, but I enjoyed every minute of it. And just being a resident and having my kids grow up here, I am really honored to be given this opportunity to continue to help serving the city and see how it grows in the future. We are a really popular place right now, so the decisions we make now are going to really impact the future. So I look forward to it. Thanks again. Thank you.
Further appointments and reappointments.
Vote from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Elizabeth McGovern, 8 Lime Street, to serve as a member of the Scholarship and Education Committee with a term to expire on May 24th, 2020.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrio moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Briefly, I've known Liz for a number of years. I'm very fortunate that she just recently moved to my ward. I feel like it was a win for Ward 5, and I'm sorry I lost for Ward 2 that she came over, but these things happen in reverse sometimes too. She has been a passionate advocate for students in this city for years. She served with with Salem CPAC, the special education group. She advocates wonderfully for her own 2 children. She will be tremendous in this role, helping us with our scholarship committee. And as a side note for her, again, I said I've known her for a number of years. She's also not nearly as bad at trivia as she thinks she is. Been good at that too. So I know her very well. She'll be a terrific addition to this. And I wanted to do something that would embarrass her a little bit. So thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Councilor Terrio's motion for confirmation by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Fury.
Yes.
Councilor Medora.
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Milo.
Yes.
Councilor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor Gerard.
Yes. Thank you. On matter of the appointment of Elizabeth McGovern to the Scholarship and Education Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrell.
Hey, Madam President, I move to suspend the rules to allow Ms. McGovern to address the council should she choose.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, Liz, you can come on down.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Mayor Driscoll for putting my name forward and Dominic Pangello for guiding me through what this process meant to my family as I hemmed and hawed over this decision to join this committee. I understand that we need one more person to join this committee before we can actually conduct any work, so I would encourage anybody here to encourage anybody they know to sign up so we can actually get to work and fundraise and start improving the funding for this scholarship. And I would encourage all of our city councilors to lead by example and donate to the scholarship fund when they have a moment to do so. And I'm looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and getting to work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Further appointments and reappointments.
The mayor's reappointment of Stephen Havey to serve as a constable with a term to expire on April 18th, 2021.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be received and placed on file.
Councilor McCarthy moves that this be received and placed on file. Seeing no discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Can I have a motion to go out of order to page 18?
So moved.
So moved. So under committee reports, the second one down, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Give me 1 second to grab the right one. I have a lot of these here. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Administration and Finance co-posted the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter from appropriation in the matter $736,047.97 from within the CPA funds for fiscal year 2019 projects in accordance with the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. We had that meeting earlier this evening. There was a lot of discussion. Most of the things that the committee had presented were not particularly controversial. There was some discussion about the projects that, again, have involved some of our nonprofits throughout the city, as opposed to just city entities, and that's a philosophical discussion that we usually have when this comes around. This year there are 3 appropriations. In fiscal year 2018, there was no appropriation for housing. So the fiscal year 2018 and 2019 allocations are approximately $130,000 total, are going to a project on Peabody Street that the North Shore CDC is building. They voted on that. It actually was less than the amount that they requested. They requested $200,000 and were allotted $130,000. But there was also now an allotment for the bridge at 211, which is the nonprofit that now manages what formerly was the Universalist Church. They're doing window replacements in order to help seal up the building and save money going forward on their heating bills and all the like. That's currently the home for several nonprofits, including the Salem Arts Association and the Salem Pantry. And then the last one had some discussion was one more request from the House of Seven Gables for funds to finish the project that they've been going for, the replacement of a roof on their main building, the main mansion, which has suffered from damage as a result of a failed roofing project some years ago, where the nails turned out to be made from a rotten inferior material and failed. And it's failed at a number of other places around the country where they use these preservation nails, and they turned out to be bad stuff. So that's a case where we had, we had discussion with representatives at 211 and the CPC, and also the House of Seven Gables were here to answer questions from the councilors. In the end, the major issue, or one of the things that I brought up was with particularly the House of Seven Gables was, funding and insurance and all the like. And I had some discussion with Karen McLaughlin, who's their director, and they explored legal action and insurance claims, and basically, given the amount and given the damage that happened, what they found was that it would cost them more money than they would get to try, and more money than they had a hope of recovering through any legal action, because of the way the chain of suppliers worked and all, and the difficulty of making that stick. So ultimately, this is the last time they come to us on this one. There are also a number of projects for some public and private resources that were not tapped. So Hamilton Hall was declined, was deferred. A couple other projects were declined. Other projects were declined entirely. And so, if there are any questions specifically, I would ask. We have Jane Guy here, who is she is the planning representative for the CPC, and there's also a couple of CPC members here, Joanne McCree and Kevin Carnaccio, who's their chair, and also one of the City Council's appointee. Other than that, so I just move for adoption.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Milo.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize to the Ward 5 councilor. We were all running behind and I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him about this. But I would request, as I've requested in years past, because of philosophical differences, but also because of some constituent beliefs, that we pull out, that we divide the question, and that we pull out for this particular time the House of the Seven Gables and 211 Bridge Street, which would leave the housing, community housing, which, well, let me back up. So the reason I'm asking to do this is because these are city funds paid by, or they're funds paid by Salem City taxpayers. They should be going to support city projects and the city. I will say that with the exception of housing, because the city of Salem does not have its own housing authority. So I'm happy to support the community housing piece of this, but I would ask that we pull out the Gables and 211 Bridge Street so that I can vote on the other projects favorably, and it'll give me the opportunity to do that, as opposed to have to say no to everything because of two projects being included in the full question. So that's my motion.
Second.
So Councilor Milo has a motion to divide the question, correct?
Yep.
So we're dividing the question. So vote on House 7 Gables and Bridge at 211 separately, and then everything else. Seconded by Councilor Sargent. Under discussion? And no? Oh, Councilor Madore.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I want to advocate for the Bridge at 211 because the Salem Redevelopment Authority does have a conservation easement on the property. So all the external historical assets on that building actually belongs to the city, and we have a real interest in preserving the building. So when we invest in this through the CPA funds, it's actually providing a public benefit that ultimately, improves the value of the property and the easement itself. So I don't see this as taxpayers' monies, entirely of taxpayers' money going to a private organization, because we basically own the exterior of the building. So I think this restoration work is really important. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to be clear that, in my opinion, this is 100% taxpayer money. We pay for it through our real estate tax bills, and we're the stewards of directing where these funds should go and to protect them, to make sure that they're spent wisely. At an earlier meeting, I moved to divide the question as well, and I thank the good at-large council for doing so here again. I wholeheartedly support the good things that the CPA is doing throughout the city of Salem. We've restored parks and all sorts of wonderful things that we're experiencing throughout the city. And we need to have a bigger and better discussion on funds that go to private entities, taxpayer funds that go to private entities. Now, there's public benefit to those agencies that are asking for money, but we need to have a better and bigger discussion about that as a council. We know that it's vetted through the CPC, the Community Preservation Act Committee, but we're the ones ultimately responsible for these tax dollars. So with that, I'd like to see the two that are being asked to be divided, not to be voted down tonight, but simply to put back in committee, as I asked for earlier, so we can have a bigger and better discussion about spending money, taxpayer money, on private property. So I'd suggest, I'm supporting dividing the question. I'll be voting in favor of all the public sources and the affordable housing tonight. The other ones, I might be voting in favor of them in the future, but I'd like to see it put into committee for a week, as I asked earlier, and have a bigger discussion about it, Madam President. I think it's needed to protect our taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fury.
I'm opposed to separating the issue. It's a bullying issue. But public versus private. The house of Seven Gables is a jewel. It's known worldwide. 211 Bridge Street is a community center for all people to go to. Right across the street from that, in the last couple of days, the courthouses are being all mothballed, sprayed, washed, for years to come from. Hopefully those buildings will come to be. But they're being protected by state funds, taxpayers' funds. So somewhere along the line, in a year or two from now, those courthouses can be restored and fixed up. Something else. But 211 Bridge Street doesn't have access to that. House of Gables doesn't have access to that. They're jewels. When I went to China, I've told this story numerous times. When I went to Beijing, China, McDonald's in Beijing, China, a young man comes over to me, looks at my tourist tag at Beijing, China, and McDonald's. Says, "Where are you from?" He spoke fluent English. I said, Salem, Mass. Why? He says, "Oh, House of Gables, PBS Museum, witches. Beijing, China knows the House of Seven Gables. 211 Bridge Street, a church that's been a part of this Salem a long time. And now they want some funding to restore their windows, to keep their windows. Town Hall had it done. Town Hall, right now, the farmers market's going on there, as we speak. Chestnut, we have done Hamilton Hall in the past. We've done the Women's Society on Hawthorne Boulevard. Two of my sisters and my mother went there, residents. Human face there. We developed that. I don't think we should put private versus public. We have a great group, the CPA committee, with the head, Jane Guy, who've gone through all this. And you could all attend as public servants to go to. I have. I voice my concerns when they come up, these meetings. And they deliberate very carefully, professionally, year after year, the CPA. And they've come to us thinking that this is the best choice, made public funds. And these are jewels, the House 7 Gables and 211 Bridge Street. They're jewels. Want them to fall apart? They will. It's up to us as public stewards, taxpayers, and the elected officials to say, yes, we're worthy to have them and their shining jewels of Salem. We hate to see them go downhill without investing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Fury.
Thank you. My pleasure. Councilor Gerard.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that comes up every year that that the CPA come or the CPC comes before us with their CPA recommendations. The Community Preservation Act, if you read the act, it specifically states what is allowed and what isn't allowed. These are properties that are absolutely allowed. As you pointed out, these are jewels. But I just want to remind people, because I don't know why people keep forgetting about this, that the House of Seven Gables has been a house where people have come when they first come to this country. I was there for a citizenship ceremony. This is a place where people take English classes. This is a place where residents go for free year-round. And 11 months out of the year, and we have access to the gardens year-round. This provides a public benefit, and I think that if you ask the members, if you ask Jane, if you ask them why they chose this, it's because of the public benefit and because it meets the criteria of this Community Preservation Act. And it's the same thing, and again, with the Bridge at 211. They're growing and they're becoming this community organization, and who are we to not support them, especially as the Good Ward 2 councilor pointed out that we own the building. So why would we, it's like we want to shoot ourselves in the foot to make something look what we think may be good, but it doesn't look good. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot. So I hope that everyone does vote in favor of the whole slate. of projects that the CPA brought before us, and I thank the CPC again for all their hard work. Thank
Just a
you.
matter of comment. I think you had a nice tour of Green Lawn Cemetery on Saturday.
Yes.
Wasn't Dixon Chapel involved in CPA funds?
Yes, the Dixon Chapel has been the recipient of $106,000 in CPA funds.
If you have a chance to go to the Dixon Chapel in Green Lawn Cemetery, it's a jewel, real jewel. Thank you for your leadership, and it was a beautiful take a tour of that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Milo.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple things, and I know we've got a full agenda tonight. First, I'm looking at the 211 Bridge Street project description, and it talks about the 501c3 being formed called the Bridge at 211. And then further it says, it talks about the bridge taking formal title to the building, the first time the building's ownership has been transferred in nearly 200 years. So I read that as the bridge owning the building, and they're requesting window restoration for the building. Secondly, we do have this discussion every year. And every year, we have the discussion about allowable expenses and the good work of the CPA, and the CPC, and I don't believe anybody here is going to question that. I certainly don't question it. But we also have the discussion about being stewards of taxpayer money. That's the second piece of the conversation, and that's where my objection to voting for something outside of city-owned projects comes from. So I understand that these are absolutely allowable. I understand that the CPC did their due diligence. I don't question that these are allowable projects, but what I do say is that we need to keep taxpayer money in the city and within city projects. And I think when the legislation was written, I know that we as the city council were given the final check on how these funds were being spent. And I feel that that's my responsibility to make sure they stay in Salem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Terrell. And then Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Madam President. I look at this as, yes, it's taxpayer money, and the money that comes in from the Registry of Deeds is the matching funds for it. It comes in each year. The matching funds vary, but the amount comes from our surcharge on the property taxes. And also, ultimately, yes, this is taxpayer money. This is taxpayer money that is, by state law, put into a special account that we created a board, and we directly, as the city council, elected 2 representatives to represent our interests on that board, one of whom is the chair of it, and the other one is on a well-deserved vacation right now. But we created that body to go through all those requests in detail, have a full discussion on it, have sometimes a contentious discussion on all the requests, and decide what to give, how much to give, who's worthy of it, how much, whether should they give the full amount requested, should they give less, who should get declined entirely. And they do a fabulous job of managing that money on behalf of the taxpayers and on behalf of the city, and they balance our interests. And the city, for our own projects, is a frequent recipient of this largesse. We get money to help us with park renovations. We get money to help us with open space. We get money to help us with the Salem Common fence, and they put money into that pretty much every year as we restore it. That work has been going on for a number of years now. They do a tremendous job overall, and I agree with some of these points. I do prefer to see them award city and public, truly, fully 100% city public projects and properties whenever possible. But I also know there's a lot of interest in this city, and we have a lot of history. We have a lot of old buildings. We have a lot of worthy nonprofits, and they choose at times to do that, to support those institutions as well. And I think, that there are requests I don't think the PBS Museum needs to come to the CPC for funding, but they can handle their own stuff. But some of these smaller nonprofits that do a lot of work to serve the city, I think they need a little hand once in a while with some of these things. And for that reason, I support these across the board, and I support the work the CPC has done.
Thank you. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify about what I said earlier, about the city owning the building, I meant the exterior, because the Salem redevelopment holds a preservation easement on the exterior, and that was one of the reasons why the SRA was created, to preserve our historical character. So one of the really innovative ways for them to do that was to say, you can do whatever you want to these great buildings, but we have a say in what happens to the exterior. So this is one of those buildings, and for us to say that there's no public benefit, I think that's not entirely true. And this window restoration is on the exterior, and I've heard from SRA members that they do have the funds to match if CPA, they would consider matching CPA funds to add to the restoration work. So I think this is a really important project to consider as part of CPA.
Thank you. Councillor Sargent and then Councillor Dibble.
Could we just divide the question and allow this to go forward? I mean, we could have the debate on the CPA, and I could talk a half an hour about it, but this is basically about a couple of colleagues that want to be able to vote for 9 of the 11 things. That's a good thing. Mm-hmm. And I may not vote along with them, but I totally understand where they're coming from and their position. So if we just divide it, I think this will move forward fine. Thank you.
Councillor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. The Good at Large Council just took the words out of my mouth. If we move the question, we'll simply allow all 11 of us to vote the way that we choose. Lumping them all together, a little uncomfortable. There's a good chance tonight that all of the issues will pass. But again, I'd like to see 2 of them be put into committee to have a bigger discussion about it. But I strongly recommend our peers on the council to allow the at-large councilors' request to divide the question to go forward so that we can all vote on the matters as we so choose. Otherwise, we're lumping apples and oranges and bananas all together. This way here, we have a clear vote of things that we may support and things that we may not support. And it's a matter of 2 votes. And we're not really taking up too much time, so please move the question, and I'm asking all of my peers to support the division of the question.
Okay, and then what are we doing about, you asked for it to go to committee, but it wasn't seconded, so that's...
Once the question's divided, if it's divided, then...
Okay, so the first vote is if we're going to divide?
Divide the question.
Okay, so on Councillor Milo's motion to divide the question, so the other 9 projects, and then Houses 7 Gables and 211. So all those in favor of dividing the question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the matter carries. The question's being divided. Okay. So, on the matter of the, let's see, should we just say the first slate and then go to House of 7? Okay, so on the matter of the first slate of 9 projects, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
See how easy that was?
You called it. Good job. Okay, so on the matter of the House of 7 Gables. Oh, wait. More discussion? Councillor Dibble?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that these 2 matters be put into committee again for a meeting of next week, and we have a bigger discussion about spending taxpayers' monies on non-public properties.
Do I have a second? Matter does not carry. Okay, so on...
I'll second.
You'll second, okay.
Yeah,
so then on going to committee, the 2 properties, going to committee. All those in favor? What do we got? 2. Okay, all those opposed? Opposed. Matter does not carry. Okay, so on the matter of the House of 7, I should be way more fluid by now, right? Okay, I feel like I have to stand taller.
You're good.
Okay. On the matter of the House of 7 Gables, CPA funding approved. All those in favor? We have... I'm sorry? The 2, I'm sorry, so both CPA projects appropriations for the House of Seven Gables.
And 211.
And to, okay, I thought you wanted to do really separate.
No.
Just separate
Just
those
the
two.
two.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Okay.
got it. Thank
She
you.
has it right.
Okay, start again. So on the motion of the House of Seven Gables and the Bridge at 211, the CPA appropriations for both of those properties. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? Matter carries. Okay. Got it. Okay, so can we,
I move we move to page 34 and do the third item there.
okay, that's the Salem, the Wreaths Across America, because I see Mr. Lovely here. Okay. So on page 34, petitions.
Application from Salem Wreaths Across America to hold a carnival at the Salem Willows run by Cushion Amusements to be held on Friday, July 6, 2018 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday, July 7th from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, July 8th from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., and that the fee for the carnival be waived for this nonprofit organization.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't even know where to begin. I am in favor of Wreaths Across America. No one's reached out to me at all about this. I'm texting the head of the Park and Rec Commission to find out when this was on their agenda because, unfortunately, I've always been the liaison, so I haven't been up to date with their agendas. I don't follow them as diligently as I used to because I was the liaison. The fact that we're considering a carnival where 4th of July is on a Wednesday and they're going to break down a carnival, and if they're going to get it up and running by the 6th, that means they're going to be bringing the carnival into the Willows on the 4th of July. I can't let that happen. I'm sorry. Logistically, I think it's a nightmare. For the homeowners that live right there, I've supported the carnival in the past, but this date does not work for me because the 4th being on a Wednesday, they're taking this carnival and they're breaking it down from someplace else. And as typically what happens is if they're looking to be ready by Friday, they're setting this thing up on Wednesday. They're going to be setting a carnival up in the Willows on the 4th of July. And unless I'm going to be assured they're setting it up on Friday, because the day after the 4th of July is kind of that decompression day in the Willows, because the Willows is a very popular spot on the 4th of July. And unless they're showing up on Friday to set up a carnival, I don't even see how it's logistically possible for this to happen. Unless they're planning on putting it someplace else, and then they're probably going to be talking about coming on the 5th and starting at 7 a.m. in the morning in order to start setting this thing up. Logistically, this is a nightmare for me right now because no one has reached out to me to tell me that this is happening. Bad on me for not following the agenda of the Salem Park and Rec Commission, but as I'm looking at the dates, this has all transpired in the last month. In the last month, when I'm looking on data here, the date from the Chief Junta is June 4th. That's 2 weeks, that's less than a week and a half ago. And if they were on the agenda for Park and Rec, that means they were on the agenda for the third Tuesday last month. So, bad on me for not following, but logistically, I do not see how this can happen unless. And I know that I'm getting myself.
Mr. Lovely?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Lovely, thank you. I know Mr. Lovely's here to talk about it, but logistically, I don't see how this can work unless someone can explain to me how this is going to work and not impact the neighbors and not impact the festivities that already go on the 4th of July. Then I might consider it, but right now, I am a solid no on this. So I will move to allow Mr. Lovely to address it. And I'm for the record, I have no problem with the cause and what they're trying to raise money for. My concern is the dates.
Thank you. So we're suspending the rules to allow Mr. Lovely to address council, which I see no objections to. So Mr. Lovely, can you address some of Council McCarthy's concerns?
Sure. They're planning on coming in on the 5th, starting setup at 9 o'clock in the morning. So, to making appointments with Park and Recreation, first of all, I've been sick for the last 5 or 6 months. So I came up with, to get things done, I called Cushing Amusements, found out what dates they had available, and they said the 6th, 7th, and 8th of July. I know that last year we wanted to do it on the 4th, and that I understand was out of the question because of the parade and everything else they had down the Willows. I feel that we've had no complaints over the last 3 years, nothing but praise from the police department, fire department, park and recreations department. And if I don't get approved tonight, there is no carnival, there is no Race Across America this year. Because this is my only fundraiser that I'm doing this year. I'm in a golf tournament. So that's where I stand.
Okay. Councilor McCarthy?
Where's the carnival coming from? When they break this carnival down, wherever it is before, because I'm assuming it's not stored in some building someplace, it's coming from someplace else. Can someone tell me what the dates of those carnivals are and when they're breaking this down? Because I will tell you right now, from my experience from last, which I don't control the parks, okay? But my experience over the last 3 years of the carnival, they show up well in advance of when they say, because they also have to meet their state mandated inspections in order for them to be set up. And they're expecting to be up and running by Friday at 10 o'clock. That means on Thursday, they're going to set everything up and get inspected so they can, so the state can come in and make sure those rides are running right. I have severe doubts on that. I believe that this carnival is set up someplace else, it's going to break down on a Sunday, and these apparatuses are going to be in the parking lot that everyone uses, or they're going to be in the field that everyone uses during the 4th of July. So if someone could explain to me where this carnival is coming from prior to its being delivered to Salem.
Mr. Lovely, do you know?
Coming from Wilmington. They're coming in, they're planning on coming in on Thursday, Thursday.
At 9 a.m.
At 9 a.m. and planning on setting up. All inspections are done on Friday, state inspections. It's the way it's been done for the last 3 years. There have been no complaints on the carnival over the past 3 years, no public complaints. I've gotten a couple from some neighbors down there, but other than that, we've had no problems whatsoever.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not here to argue against Mr. Lovely. The complaints that I've heard are from his local, which I don't see on this plan, which I had no part of the plan because I was not asked. The complaints I've gotten from the neighbors are where the porta potties go. Why are the porta potties on the Ford Avenue side in front of people's homes? The refrigeration trucks for the food trucks, why are they on the Ford Avenue side, right outside of people's homes, or right directly across the street from people's homes? There's been no discussion whatsoever about the complaints that were from some of the residents prior and relative to the organization of where things are going. That's my concern. My concern is, as I stated earlier, I don't have a problem with Race Across America and what they're trying to do. They picked a weekend which is, with the 4th being on a Wednesday, I'm telling you, they are going to show off early. And because they're coming out of Wilmington, I guarantee you they're breaking down on a Sunday or a Monday morning. And when they break down, they have to get out of their site. Where are they going to go? They're going to be parking these things in the parking lot, along Ford Avenue, or wherever they can to get them close enough so they can start when they want to start. Logistically, this is a nightmare. They can say whatever they want, but what they say and what they do are two different things. Because even when they said last year, they still showed up early. Because they come from where they break down and then they drive to their next location. They may not set up until Thursday morning, but where are they going to be? They're not all driving in Thursday morning. They're going to bring these things and they're going to try to find a home. If someone can find a home for them someplace outside the Willows and they can bring them in, I don't see that in the plan. I don't see that approved. All I'm telling you is, logistically, right now, this is not conducive to what the Willows is already a very busy place on the 4th of July that we went through, and that's fair. But to ask that all this apparatus, wherever it's coming from, Wilmington, wherever, that it's all going to show up Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, I find that a little far-fetched. It's going to show up in the middle of the night. It's going to show up Wednesday of 4th of July after the fireworks were over at 2 in the morning, and you're going to have all these trucks driving into Salem bringing this stuff. I don't think that's fair. Logistically, I don't think this works. So unless Mr. Lovely can tell me where they're going to be storing this stuff prior to them driving at 9 a.m. onto this property, I have a problem with this.
Because logistically, they're gonna break down in Wilmington on whatever day they're breaking down, and when they transport into Salem, they are going to be doing it in the middle of the night. They're coming in trucks, trailers, whatever. Now, in that case, you're talking the 4th of July night. Everyone's been out downtown watching the fireworks at the Shell, come home, maybe they have the next day off from work. I don't know, some days, some people have the day off before the 4th, the next day off, and people are gonna be woken up to tractor trailer trucks delivering apparatus at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning to get there to beat traffic. I understand beating traffic in order to start setting up to try to meet a deadline date of Friday. Unless I can be I'll approve this. I will consider approving this conditionally. I'll let everyone else speak if they want. I'll consider approving this conditionally. I want letters of assurance that these aren't going to happen. And I'm dumbfounded that this is the first time I'm hearing about it, that no one reached out to me and said, hey, we're thinking of bringing the carnival back on this. I would have raised these concerns. I would have raised the concerns that the neighbors have come to me with regards to the way that they orientate the carnival. We've had conversations in years past trying to move the noisy stuff towards the beach side. But what's happened is then you have the porta potties and everything else on the other side. There has to be some communication as to the orientation of this to make it better work for everybody. I'm not arguing against the premise. I'm sorry that Mr. Lovely's been sick, but I have some severe reservations on this because the carnival people, all well-intentioned, are going to show up either at 2, 3, or 4 in the morning, or they're going to show up prior and they're going to have this stuff parked along 4th Avenue or in the parking lot that is utilized for the festivities that go on the 4th. I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Fury.
Yes, Mr. President. I see Councilor Lyon in the audience tonight. He took great pride in that over the years, being part of the flag ceremony. His family, veterans, and great service, public service. Mr. Lovely, it's a love affair. For better name, Lovely, you have a love affair with this. And you being a veteran yourself. And this whole thing is a win-win for the city of Salem to have this in Salem. Timing is, as Councilor McCarthy said, I think sincerely, we have to go the high road. We have to seek compromise. We have to have this ceremony. And I think some facility in Salem can store these in the appropriate state so they can take it out and put on site on the contracted dates you have. If you break that contract, I think you'll be some money is involved. A great deal of money was involved if you break the contract that you signed saying they're coming to Salem in July. And who's going to pay for that? It's a love affair. Salem has a love affair. We have the greatest. I think we have the greatest veterans agent in the North Shore. McKinnon, and yourself, and your brother. I've all served. Councilor Lyon, and so many other people, veterans, on this city council. With the honor, I get goosebumps. I get goosebumps on goosebumps when I talk to Councilor Flynn and some of you who are veterans. I get goosebumps on goosebumps. We need this ceremony. Salem needs this ceremony. Every day should be Veterans Day. Every day. And to celebrate this is a national across the country. And thank you for your service. And I think this city owes a deep obligation to you, Councilor Lyon and his family, and all those people who take part. I get goosebumps. I think some type of compromise has to take place for that to take place. I sincerely hope for the best of the city we have a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to echo the good at-large councilor's comments. Mr. Lovely, thank you for what you do for our veterans. Thank you for what you do for the whole city. I participated in the wreath laying last year, and I was moved, and I will be there early next year and to assist again. I think everybody here in this room supports what you do. I think what we need to do is simply find a compromise that allows it to go forward. As you just said, if we don't have it on this date, we won't have it. Be no fundraising. You'll have the golf tournament, but that's it. And we'll basically have no wreath laying for our deceased veterans. And that's just a shame. So I think, as the good at-large council just suggested, that we come up with a compromise. If we can put a condition on this that stipulates from this city council that no vehicles are to enter the Salem Willows prior to 9 o'clock in the morning on July 5th. You've already stated that's what you're planning on doing. So we make it a condition of their permit and they break it, they won't be allowed back, or they potentially might not be allowed back. So I think it's a reasonable case to allow the good work to go forward, to have the carnival, and to put a reasonable condition as the applicant has already offered. This is just put in writing, and then we go forward.
Thank you. Councilor Terrell, and then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. I have no inherent issue with the carnival coming to the Willows. I think it's been a neat event for the last few years that's been held. My son has gone to it and been entertained, so that's good for him. Ultimately on this, my overwhelming concern is as nice and as positive ceremonies the wreath laying is, and as good as the work that Mr. Lovely does, my primary concern on this one, as it should be generally for a ward councillor, is for the neighbors who are impacted by it. And the neighbors have generally been okay with this event when it's been held in such a way as to be convenient for them. But I completely agree with and support my colleague from Ward 1 in that, his primary focus on this has to be for the people in that neighborhood who are affected by this carnival coming to town. If a solution is offered here that the Ward 1 councillor feels will be acceptable to the neighbors in there and does not inconvenience them overly, then I will completely support it. And if the Ward 1 councillor decides that he needs to oppose this, I will stand with them either which way. Because my first priority in my ward is to try and make sure things affect the neighbors as positively as possible, and I appreciate that from any ward councillor.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, and then
Thank you,
Councilor
Madam
Sargent.
President. I'd just like to thank Mr. Lovely for all that he does. I think this is one of the most important events that we do in Salem during the year. I got to partake in it last year, and not only is it for the veterans that he lays the wreaths, it's for firefighters, it's for police officers, and there's no way we could give this event up. You work so hard at this, your dedication. I wish I had a place in Ward 4 to do this. I'd do anything to help out. I think it's the best thing the city has, and it'd be a travesty if we don't do that this year and we cancel it. Thank you very much, and I hope this goes through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Madam President. Might I suggest, because 18-wheelers don't keep a very good time schedule, and I agree with Council McCarthy's concerns, but might I suggest that we just simply have a police detail there, maybe from midnight on the night before, and any 18-wheeler that comes down Ford Avenue just gets sent back out of town, and just so that nothing arrives before that. I, for one, I'll increase my donation to help cover the detail if we have to pay for it. If the police will station a car there, whatever we have to do to make sure that we keep our word to Council McCarthy and the people from the Willows that a truck won't be coming down Ford Avenue before 8:58, 8:59 that morning. If we can guarantee him and those neighbors that, I stand up for quality of life issues. But I understand this is an important event. So we have to be able to guarantee Council McCarthy that nothing will come rolling down that street before the right time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor McCarthy, where are you at?
Thank you, Madam President.
Sorry, I'm just, because this is your board that I just...
I have nothing against Mr.
Right.
Lovely or the event. It is a great, the Wreaths Across America is a great event, and we have a long agenda tonight, and I respect that. It's just that I am dumbfounded that no one reached out to me or asked me to ask any of the neighbors what their concerns were relative to this coming in front of me tonight. Because I'm dumbfounded at the park, and I'm dumbfounded at the expedience that this went through the police department and Park and Rec less than a month in order to have an event like this. I'll tell, the only caveat I'll put on this would be that because the 18-wheelers, in my opinion, these rides or trucks or whatever apparatus is going to show up before the 4th. Anything that, if one piece of equipment shows up before the 4th, this thing's done. It won't happen. I want a stipulation in there that if a piece of equipment shows up on site before 9 a.m. on the 5th, the carnival will not happen. Because I want Mr. Lovely and his supporters to go to this carnival company and say, you cannot bring one piece of equipment in before 9 a.m. And if they do come in before 9 a.m., it's done. Because I'm telling you right now, we can put as many caveats on this as we want. We can hire as many, we can put a police detail out there. They're gonna come in, and they're gonna be parked. Then I'm gonna have a bigger problem because they're gonna be parked all the way down Ford Avenue in front of the houses down in front of the power plant, or they're gonna be parked on Webb Street, or they're gonna be parked someplace else. Because they're gonna wanna come in at the crack of dawn or before. And I just have an issue with that. As much as I have an issue with the whole process right now. But I want to support Mr. Lovely and the carnival, because he's right, there hasn't been a ton of complaints, but some of the complaints need to be addressed. And that's going to be a phone conversation I'm going to have tomorrow with the acting fire chief and the police chief. Because some of those issues haven't been addressed, because the sketch I saw doesn't cut it for me on where these rides are located, where the porta potties are located, where the refrigeration trucks are located for all the food, for the food trucks that he's going to have, whether or not they had a conversation with the Park and Rec Commission relative to non-compete with some of the food vendors they brought in. I have a litany of questions. But conditionally, I'll allow this to move forward. I don't know if I'll probably vote no, but I can see the will is that the rest of the council wants to vote yes if these conditions are in there. But the conditions have to be so stringent that if they violate that this event does not happen, because I am standing here supportive of Mr. Lovely and his cause with Reach Across America, but understanding that the weekend, or the timing of this event, because the 4th happens to be in the middle of the week, those carnival people are going to bring their trailers in on Tuesday, leave them, and they're going to show up on Thursday. And they're going to be in the middle of where everyone is going to want to partake of all that goes on the 4th, with regards to the 4th of July in the Willows, and they aren't going to be able to experience that because these vehicles are going to be there in advance. If someone can if Mr. Lovely is going to stand up here tonight and guarantee that's going to happen, and 6 members of the council want to vote for that, I can understand that because of their concerns with Mr. Lovely not being able to have his event. But personally, as the council that represents it, I have a logistical issue with this. I really do, but I understand it. But if Mr. Lovely will put the constraints on his contractor to guarantee that they won't show up, and if they do show up to the event, they're either going to have to get up, because it's just, I have some real problems with it. They really do, because they're going to show up early. I can guarantee you it. And if they show up early, then we're going to have an issue, because it states in here that he's just publicly stated they're not going to show up till the 9th, and they're going to show up early. I'm going to tell you they're going to show up early.
So, could we be amenable then to continuing to the 28th and have any of this worked out so that on the 28th you can say blessing or no blessing?
Mr. Lovely, I can't speak. I'll allow Mr. Lovely to speak. Yeah, I can't speak for Mr. Lovely. Mr. Lovely's looking for approval tonight because he has to sign a contract with the carnival company. Because if he doesn't sign it tonight, they're going to go try to find some other place to go. That's why he picked that. That's why we're here tonight. That's the whole scheduling. The whole scheduling of it is like a fast track, which is.
Yeah, that weekend's bad for the Willows.
Yep. And so I have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with Mr. Lovely or what he does with Reach Across America and all of that, as all's been said, but timing, I have an issue with it. If he can guarantee me that there will not be one vehicle carnival related on the Willows prior to 9 a.m. on Thursday, fine. But if they show up, we're going to have a problem, because I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. They're going to figure out a way to get in there prior to. They're going to break down on a Sunday, Monday, and they're going to move it on Tuesday.
Thank you. Councilor Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. In addition to the condition that Councilor Sargent suggested, to address one of the larger concerns, I think school is not in session at that time. Can we put a condition that they park at one of the schools for whatever time ahead of Thursday?
Could they park at Bentley?
I don't know if that's a possibility, but just a suggestion.
I don't have the authority.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I think what I would move here, just in the interest of trying to get this done so we can do the
Haven't
roughly
even gotten
40
to the
pages
budget.
of other material that we have tonight, and it's already 8:45.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one. I would move that this be approved with the condition that if any vehicles or equipment from Cushing Amusements come into Salem before 9 o'clock on the 5th, that the event be canceled. That the permission be revoked.
Okay, approved with condition that no equipment,
Could enter the city before,
equipment, trucking,
stage it wherever you want, so long as it's not in Salem and especially not down the Willows.
not enter Salem before 9 a.m. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to echo the good council of Ward 3. We can find any solution. That's what we're here for. I think that, we all hear that this is great for the city. It's time limitation now. We have to address Councilor Ward 1 concern too, but at the same time, we need also to make sure that we can have some solution. And I think she's bringing some alternative that we can at least consider it. She mentioned that if there's any parking space, school or any other place where they can park, I think that we should provide something to make sure that they have some options to choose. In the same token, I think that we need to hear from Mr. Lovely to see exactly if he commit to what we agree up today, so we can have this great event going on. I have to say that I was part of that last year, in which I really, really enjoyed. Not only me, but my whole family, because this is an event that brings family together. However, I also understand Ward 1 City Council of Concern, which is really need for us to take into consideration. I think that Mr. Lovely is looking for also to find some solution. At the end of the day, we need to see if there is anything that you can commit with so we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to approve with the condition that no equipment, trucking, staging enter Salem before 9 a.m. on the 5th of July.
Are we considering the amendment that Councilor
We can't promise the school. We can't give away school space.
Yeah, we can't.
We can't?
No, we can't. We have a lot of power, but we can't give away school parking lots.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's the answer, no.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. So, okay. So you look like Councilor Milo. Do you have your Councilor Milo?
Thank you, Madam
I see you
President.
thinking.
I appreciate the Ward 5 councilor and his attempt to support the Ward 1 councilor. I understand that. I think the motion to bar the company from anywhere in the city is a little bit drastic. I would support something that puts the condition on to keep the company away from, if we set a barrier, whether it's Ford Ave or Ford Ave and Memorial Drive or whatever it might be, to try to, again, as the at-large councilor said, set up a detail or whatever. I'm happy to support that as well, but
who's going to pay for that? I'm sorry to cut you off, but who's going to pay for that? Is that going to be on Mr. Lovely to have to pay for the police detail?
We'll get a collection together. But so we can put a condition that there's a detail there and that they can't enter the Willows, as opposed to having them barred from the city, because I'm not even sure how anybody's going to monitor that. I don't know. That's
right.
But that would be, that's my motion.
Okay, Councilor Terrell, then Councilor Peterson.
The intent is that they not pre-stage their equipment in Salem. And I think that's a fairly reasonable restriction in that regard. They're going to be finishing up their other carnival in Wilmington probably, I'm guessing, probably Monday, because it's usually they do the 3-day weekend. They'll go. So they'll be pulling out of Wilmington, out of wherever they have their next event. They're out of Wilmington, and I don't know where their event is, but it should be ending most likely on Monday. So they're going to want to go, as the Ward 1 Council, that when they finish that event, they're off to the next one. What we've had all these years when the Topsfield Fair ends, by the end of the day that the Topsfield Fair lets out, the equipment that's going to be set up for the carnival in Salem is usually here, or it's here the next morning. So equipment comes in, they get to the next destination as quickly as they can, and then they stand down. So, it's a really valid concern that we not cram a bunch of equipment into the Willows. And honestly, I don't know where else in the city they're going to put this stuff. So, saying that, look, I think the condition that I have there, that they simply not bring their equipment to Salem before that Thursday morning, is a reasonable one for preserving some peace in the neighborhood. And this body can do what they wish with it, but we should make a decision one way or another on this.
Councilor Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just going to respectfully to Councilor Milo's motion consideration that you just made, amendment. Yeah, that if we put a boundary around Ford Avenue, I mean, Derby Street is ground zero for our festivities in Salem. So we're just going to keep pushing it down into, I would hate for us to pass that and then have them all try to park along where people are trying to watch the fireworks. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
I'm not even sure I'm agreeing with the whole thing yet, but why don't you simply just make it that they can't stage on a public way? Don't let them park on anyone's streets. I don't care where they park. If they can find some private spot where they can make a deal with a school, a private entity, a shopping center, whatever, to store their stuff, let them. But as long as it's not on a public way prior to 9 a.m. on Thursday, fine.
I'd amend my motion to be that.
Because I don't want my problems with them staging being someone else's problems because they decide they're all going to park down Highland Avenue, or they're going to park down Pickett Street. They're all going to, wherever they're going to park. They're going to park on the Bridge Street bypass. They're all going to line up on the Bridge Street bypass waiting to get in. No public ways. They want to bring it in prior, they have to make arrangements with some other entity, whether, I don't care what it is. I'm not even going to tell them, can't even venture a guess. Okay. No public ways prior to 9 a.m. No storage of equipment on a public way prior to 9. That means they can't come in and start idling parking on Bridge Street bypass, North Street, Pickett Street, Loring Avenue. I don't care. Nowhere, because my perceived problems shouldn't be put off on anybody else in the city. I agree with that, because I'm just telling you, the way I've seen carnivals work was as alluded to with Topsfield Field and everything. As soon as they break it down, they move it, because their agreement is to get off of where they are. They move it to where the next spot is. And they're going to come in early, and they're going to try to set up, and they're going to try to start laying out where their trucks go, and they're going to interfere with everything that goes on around the 4th of July. That's just my opinion. I hope that Mr. Lovely is correct in his assumption that they're not going to show up until that time, but I think we have to put all the due diligence on it to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, so.
I support that, so it'll change.
Okay. So approved with the condition that no equipment, trucking, staging park on a public way in Salem before 9 a.m. on Thursday, July 5th, or else the carnival is canceled. Is that correct?
Or the permission would be revoked.
Or the
permission would be
or
revoked.
Permission revoked. Or permission.
As far as the porta potties, that's the Board of Health that tells us where to put the porta potties. They have to be downwind from whatever. That's the Board of Health. That's got nothing to do with Cushing or myself.
Okay.
We discussed that last year.
Okay. Okay.
The refrigeration trucks were all on the beach side last year. Every one of them.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but that's where the refrigeration trucks are. And the porta potties go where the Board of Health says to put them.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So, yeah, can I have a second? On the second? Okay, great. So on Council McCarthy's motion that this be granted with conditions that no equipment, trucking, staging park on a public way in Salem before 9 a.m. on Thursday, July 5th, or the permission is revoked. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed?
2 opposed. Matter carries. Okay.
Move your return to the regular order.
No.
No,
We're-
there's more?
There's more. We still have zoning. So wait, can I just ask I hear groans. Can I ask a question as to where we are in the zoning time frame? Is there any way, or would there be a will of the body to move the zoning discussion to the 28th meeting? Since we have all this other stuff to discuss? Do we know, Eileen, where are we in that time clock? Because this
Two of the
first,
issues that were taken up on April 9th, I think that clock runs out on July 8th.
the clock runs out on July 8th, so we could postpone it
On the
to,
ones that were continued, then the city solicitor and I are having a conversation on that.
Our what?
I'm sorry?
I can
Our
hear.
city solicitor and I are having a conversation on the other 3 where the public hearing is continued with the zoning laws were from the 90 days from the date of the hearing or the date of the close of the hearing. So we just want to confirm that, but the other 2 were closed on April 9th and we closed. So there's, that 90 days was up on July 8th and Monday. I'm gonna look, but, and then it needs 2 passages before July 8th.
Oh, before July 8th, so we can't. Unless we do.
I'm gonna
Okay.
verify that, Tom. I don't know if Tom has the same.
Okay, so I guess we'll go, can I have a motion to go out of order to page 13 to the committee reports to begin the zoning discussions?
So moved.
Thank you. So on page 13, committee reports, Council McCarthy.
Hey, that's me.
That is
Welcome back.
Which one are we starting with?
the first one, section 3.0. And then we also have Tom Daniel here from the planning director, in case anybody has any further questions.
Oh, those are the 3 easy ones.
Do whatever you want.
Got the right one. City of Salem, City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs co-posted the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending zoning relative to principal and accessory uses, has heard said matter and recommend delete in section 1, table of principal accessory uses, and delete the words as follows to correct Scribner's errors from the 2009 zoning codification ordinance. Section 1, report out with a negative recommendation. Section 1A, report out with a negative recommendation. Section 1B, C, and D, report out with a positive recommendation.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. So basically, in Section 1, table of principal and accessory uses, a lot of people had a problem with the words as follows correct Scribner's errors, so we moved to get rid of that because, as was stated by the city solicitor, Scribner's errors was just a term they put on it. I mean, obviously, these are all zoning matters. They require 8 votes to pass. The Scribner's error was just a way of referencing the fact that mostly due to the work of Tom St. Pierre and his working with the public and on the zoning matters and people who are the ones submitting plans in front of him. He, through the course of years, has found what he deemed were errors that were done when we took the old zoning and we took it and transposed it into tables and charts to make it more user-friendly. In his words, this document is leaps and bounds better than the old document. It's easier to read and understand, but there were some discrepancies. There were some things that didn't transfer, in his opinion, out the way they should have when they hit some of these tables and charts. So we got rid of the word Scribner's errors because people were just having, didn't like it. With regards to Section 1, report A is relative to the B1. Counselor and committee counselor, I believe it was Sergeant, recommended to divide the question out. So section part A was
removed from the whole discussion, and parts B, C, and D were reported out with a positive recommendation with regards to everything else that was in this matter. And part A was reported out with a negative recommendation because there was the will of the committee that A be reported out, and A, which appears within Section A, residential uses the table, delete the letter N as it appears in the B1 zoning with district and now entitled dwelling unit above the first floor retail, personal services for office use, and insert the letter Y. So basically when you look at the B1 is business neighborhood. And the way the table reads now is you can't have a business on the first floor in a business neighborhood. So I'm not really sure why it's there, but so the N would be removed and would make it a yes, because that was the intent of business neighborhood as it's always been. There was some fears and trepidations as opposed to some certain larger scale B1 properties and how that would affect them. We had a lively discussion, but in the end, the motion was to separate the question. So the committee's recommendation was that A would come out with a negative recommendation to the full council because they believe that there are members of the committee that believe that N should stay and that the sections with regards to B, C, and D be voted out positively. And just as a further note, the planning board had a positive recommendation on the whole package to be voted out favorably. I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know how we would we'll do the vote on this. I am strongly in favor of positive on Section 1A. I think that business under dwelling is the essential character of the B1 zone in just about every property we have in Salem. Yes, there's a couple of large lots like the Binnen Square strip mall where it's technically a B1, and so given dimensional and height requirements, though, I don't really see a big condo tower going on top of Staples as a realistic option, but theoretically, they could try and build something on top of that strip mall. I don't see any universe in which that would happen, but it's legally possible with this. But the essential points right now, we have, as we had some testimony earlier tonight, we have neighborhoods that are B1 zoned, like a significant portion of Bridge Street Neck, like part of Lafayette Street, like much of Derby Street, some Boston Street, some of Jefferson Avenue. And in a lot of those neighborhoods, the positive character of those neighborhoods comes from the mix of businesses and homes. That's I think, one of the things that makes these neighborhoods vibrant. And right now, because it is a N in the table, if a business wants to change use, if a barber shop wants to be replaced by a convenience store, for instance, that requires them to go through what will be, for a fairly small, low-margin business, a expensive Board of Appeals process because it's a non-conforming use. And if a store closes in the B1 on the first floor, if a convenience store closes, a barber shop closes, a nail salon closes, or whatever, if a services business closes, then after a certain amount of time, that use is discontinued. The grandfathering goes away. So it's an incentive right now for people to buy these buildings and convert the entire thing into dwelling. And that's one of the things that's stripping some of the character for some of our neighborhoods. So if we have particular large lots that we have a concern might be an issue down the road, we should either look at creating a zoning category for those larger lots that aren't really B1 in size and character, and eventually consider doing that. Or we ought to consider changing the zone that those larger properties are in. But the B1, most of that B1 is neighborhood scale businesses and dwellings. And with the dimensional requirements that are already in here in a separate recommendation, I very strongly support that we preserve the character of B1s and convert this use from an N to a Y. And I'd like to, and I have a business with dwellings above right across the street from my house, and it's a B1, and that's what it's always been. It's there's a convenience store right now and package store, and there's a neighborhood restaurant that's for takeout pizza and subs. And if one of those closed, and was closed for a certain amount of time, they wouldn't be able to open it up again because it's B1 and that use isn't allowed. It's a non-conforming use.
Thank you. Councillor Sargent.
I agree with the old parts of the city, but if you're in a B1 zone and a business closes, another business can open by right. You're in a B1 zone. It's the housing above is the issue. The fact that there's a business is not the issue. And I agree with the housing above in the older parts of the city. You know, all the main streets in the older parts of the city. And those that are already there are allowed to remain, be altered under not substantially less detrimental on all those. So I understand some of the concerns, but a business closing in a business zone allows another business to open up by right. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madore.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo some of the sentiments that the Ward 5 councillor mentioned, and also state my strong support to allow mixed use by right. What was that look? The fact that, especially along Virginia Neck, we are clearly seeing the losses of small businesses, and we do have a couple of real estate investors that are willing to keep those businesses open on the ground floor to contribute to the livelihoods and the vibrancy of that corridor. I think that's a kind of investment that we need to continue to attract to our historic neighborhoods. And having mixed use by right, we're not requiring ground floor businesses to remain there. We're simply allowing the flexibility of that option. And I also fear that some of the different type of investors will come and say, okay, well, this building is being turned over and I see that mixed use is not allowed by right and residential use is a more valuable use. I'm going to displace a small neighborhood business because they're not allowed there in the first place. They have every right to use that reason. And I hope that doesn't come up in the future, but this is an essential part of why Salem is so attractive for neighborhood living and mixed use, good, vibrant neighborhoods for people to find it a great place to live. And at the first or second public hearing, one of our strongest advocates our local advocates for historic preservation, Historic Salem Inc., wrote a letter clearly supporting this mixed use by right. And I don't know if it's okay if I suspend the rules to allow Tim to address that, to speak on that, or
if there's no objection. Seeing none, if you want to speak on no, not Mike.
Not calling you Tim.
Thanks. Thanks very much for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry I was late and I did not get into the public comment period, but I appreciate it. Sorry, I also have an eye problem. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Historic Salem does support concept broadly of mixed use and the concept of a business neighborhood zoning category. It is the historical context of our city, this concept of mixed use, businesses on the ground floor, residences above the ground floor. There are, in our review of the properties that are in B1 in the city, there are two particular properties that could be problematic. One was already mentioned, which is, I think, the Staples, for lack of a better name, the Staples property down in Vinton Square. The second I'm aware of, there may be others, but that I'm aware of, is the CVS Salem 5 property right at the beginning of Highland Avenue, Essex Street, that area right there, but across from the firehouse. That's a larger property too. Otherwise, they're all very small properties. Very difficult to meet the density standard that would be imposed in order to build a large project. The height limitation, which will be in, instead, our initial concern was about the R3 height that would have been controlling in this case if you looked at the wording. That's been resolved, so we're not going to be dealing with much larger buildings where you could build up multiple stories. So this really would preserve, I think, the character of a lot of our pretty unique streets. I mean, everywhere, Derby Street, Boston Street, Bridge Street, lots of examples of this, and generally in the downtown. So, you know, we're strong advocates of this, and we're glad that the wording was changed in a way that wouldn't open it up to, you know, really large-scale development. I would remain concerned a little bit about Staples. Somebody smart might go, oh, yeah. But if you look at the scale of those buildings, even then, it'd be very difficult to put much more than one floor more on it. And just from a pure economic point of view, it's probably unrealistic to expect that to happen. You'd have to do a tear down and start over. And at 35 feet, hard to imagine anybody would do that. So I don't see risks here, but I do see benefits, and I do see preserving character. So we would weigh in and encourage you to, I think, vote this forward on 1A, on Section A. So I'm sorry that I can't even see it.
Feel better. Councilman Duarte.
Just quickly, and then we also heard from local business owners that they strongly support this, just because having other businesses do well and still stay in the neighborhood helps them, because there's that crossover traffic. You know, if someone's fixing their car, they can go down to coffee time, or, you know, go across to Newmarket and pick up a few things. I think creating this by right really affirms that we support mixed-use neighborhoods, which is essential to Salem's character. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm the one who brought forward some of the issues on B1. I am in full support of residential being located above the mom and pop stores throughout our city. And at one of the earlier meetings some time ago, it was mentioned that there's only a couple dozen of them throughout the whole city. So I started thinking, and I know the Staples Plaza in Ward 7 is one, and it's not really a mom and pop store, it's a superstore with a whole bunch of smaller stores all beside it. And it's a pretty large property, and I was wondering how many residential units could be located above that if a developer, and I appreciate Mr. Jenkins' words up here, and I agree with just about almost everything that he said. But if a developer wanted to do that, they could by the rewording of this ordinance. So the B1 zone was designed some 50, almost 60 years ago now, to be for mom and pop type stores. But Salem's evolved differently, and some properties got lumped into B1 that are larger, as we heard testimony tonight. So I did some homework. How many B1 properties do you think there are in Salem? I'm saying to myself. It was over 650 properties in Salem. That's substantial. It's not a couple of mom and pop stores. So we need to look and see zoning is a permanent thing. We need to make sure that if we're going to make a zoning change, that we do so, and we do so right. So I met with the city solicitor, including once today, 3 times on this matter. Today I met with the city planner and the city solicitor on this, and I think I have a compromise in my hand that meets everybody's needs on this one issue, and it will allow the smaller B1s to go forward and be protected, and allow for housing above that, should those owners so choose to put an apartment or 2 or 3 above the unit. If they have the space, they can do that. On our agenda here, we have Section 1A listed on here. And the city solicitor, working in consultation with our city planner, so that the matter can go forward and the bigger properties are protected from the larger development, the city solicitor suggests adding to this one paragraph that we have here under Section 1. I won't read the whole thing. I'll add the city solicitor typed this up, it's in yellow, and I'll submit it here tonight.
Could you, since it's short, if you could read it so that we know what we're
It's 1.5 sentences. She suggests adding, after the letter Y in that paragraph, and an asterisk, and further insert the following sentence below the table. Dwelling unit above first floor retail, personal service, or office use shall only apply to parcels with a lot area of less than 20,000 square feet. So some 650 properties throughout the whole city can put residential above the commercial.
Okay, but then that protects...
And then there's 7 or 9 much bigger properties, not 1 or 2. It's either 7 or 9. I say there's 7. The city solicitor said there was 9. Doesn't matter. I'll say 9. So there's 9 properties, in her opinion, that are much bigger and are a different animal, if you would. The Essex Street drugstore and complex, strip mall type places, including the Staples. That would be one more. So with this, I make a motion that we adopt the city solicitor and the city planner's message in the reading that I just read. I won't read it again unless you'd like me to. It's quite clear. Properties 20,000 and less can go forward and can do really good things in keeping the affordable housing prices down and put units, your apartments above their units, and the bigger ones will stay as the present zoning requires. So again, the line is 20,000 square feet. I think this is a very good compromise to allow the whole matter, and I think 11-0 vote will be a result of accepting this amendment.
Thank you. Do you want to give that to to Eileen? Councilor Terrell and then Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I will second that amendment with the caveat that I just want to double check to make sure that's okay by our planners. That you guys are all set with that? Yes. All right. In that case, I'll support that as an amendment to it.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
The Ward 7 council just talked across the aisle to the Ward 5 council and didn't believe him. I don't believe I'm hearing this again. We have talked ad nauseum about this. We're living in fear of a handful of properties that once we get to the second part of this and we put in the stipulation with regards to height and stuff, we've already been told that it won't happen. But we're living in fear of a handful of properties. And to be honest with you, I won't be voting for this tonight. Even though I'm in favor of every mom and pop store that the Ward 7 council alludes to, that he had the time to go count out 600 some odd properties. Guess what? Yeah, they're all out there. They're all little mom and pop stores, and they have their little, they're all over the city. Business neighborhood, that's what B1 stands for. And yes, did some areas evolve around business neighborhoods to get, so there's larger pieces of property? Yes. What he forgets is that 2009, this was also allowed. It was allowed in 2009. It wasn't until, if someone interpreted the wording before it went to a table, everything we're talking about was allowed. So in 2009, the Staples property or whatever other property we have this ultimate big, large concern about could have been developed. Was it? No. It wasn't. But no, we're going to live in fear of that. So now we're going to live in fear of a zoning amendment because we arbitrarily came up with 20,000 feet. Why isn't it 25,000 feet? Why isn't it 35,000 square feet? Why isn't it 12,000 square feet? Someone picked a number. I don't know. There was a whole group of people that council is invited in for a meeting when we originally brought zoning in. And did they talk about zoning once? No. They argued the points of law. Well, I'm going to take their argument. If I'm a B1 owner and I happen to own a piece of property that is 20,000 square feet, and I wasn't informed that this change was being made, I would be calling my lawyer tomorrow. And I don't care if the Ward 7 council who just went to law school yesterday, and consulted and came up with it and fixed it to the four corners of it. I'm sorry. He came up with a number that he feels eliminates the properties that he feels in conjunction with having conversations with the city planner and our legal department. I wish Beth was here to tell me that I'm sure she helped him write this to make it so it was legal. Whether she feels it's her legal opinion, I don't know, because she's not here to answer the question. This is why these things are done during committee. We're sitting here tonight and we're debating the issue once again because it didn't get done in committee. Then separate it out as it is, vote to leave A in committee. It's going to die because it's not going to meet the parameters of the timing because it has to be voted on twice before July, which means this meeting and the meeting at the end of the month, and let it die and bring it back in the right way. To sit here and try to wordsmith this thing and lawyer it to get to the point where we meet the four corners and arbitrarily come up with 20,000, I don't know. I didn't have the time to count out 600 properties and to find out which 20 were above the 20,000 square feet and which weren't. That's not my job. My job is to base on the facts that are presented in front of us. I don't know exactly how many properties are above 20,000 square feet. I'm told it could be 6, it could be 9, or it could be this. I don't have that information. But if I'm a B1 owner and I'm out there watching this on TV,
I'm making a phone call to someone in this room tomorrow and say, how did he come up with the number 20,000? Because the way it was advertised was B1. If I own a B1 property, I have certain expectations of that's where it's going to be dealt with. If the will is not to deal with it, then don't vote on it. Let it die in committee and bring it back the right way. But to keep having this constant conversation that keeps going on and on and on again because, in the Ward 7 Council's words, you didn't trust me. No one, it seems like there's a lack of trust with everyone. The city solicitor tells them, no, I don't agree with it. Hey, really? How did you come up with that? I didn't go to law school yesterday. She is the person that represents us legally. Her opinion is what the opinion we value. We don't sit there and try to find 27 different ways to try to get us to a point where we feel comfortable of voting for something. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. My recommendation would be, don't vote on it. Leave it in committee. Let it die. It's going to die. Because if it doesn't get acted on tonight, it's not going to meet the requirements of coming out before the July, and then bring it back in and bring it in the right way. Because this way is going to open us up. And someone can tell me that it's within the four corners, but it's not within the four corners. Because if I'm a B1 property owner right now, I'm watching this on TV going, well, my piece of property is 20,100 square feet. Why do I fall into this category? I don't know. I can't explain that to you. And I don't know where this 20,000 came from, and I'm sure there was a lot of spirited discussion, but it didn't happen in this room, it didn't happen in front of a committee, and there wasn't people to answer the questions. So because we're gonna be here all night talking zoning, because we were here for multiple hours before. Divide the question as it is, vote it, don't vote it down, because then it can't come back. Leave it in committee and vote on the rest of it, and let's move to the next one, because we're gonna be here all night.
Thank you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, can I find you back? She gave it to me. She
But what if it turns out it's not July 30th? That's the gamble.
Madam President, do you want to have a recess to go over the parliamentary and the schedule, or
I'm sorry?
do you want to call for a short recess to just double check the schedules and stuff, or
Okay, can we have a 2-minute recess?
move for a
then?
2-minute recess?
Okay, great. Back in session now, back for the exciting continuation of this discussion. So there's a couple of options that we have here. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, member. Move the question on the proposed amendment.
Moves it. Okay. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I did make a motion to add one sentence to the whole issue of the B1 zones. A little flabbergasted on the reaction to that. I thought it would be pretty much unanimous, if not unanimous. This is one sentence, and clearly you all know that I am not a lawyer. I did not write this. I turned to the city's lawyer, the city solicitor. She wrote this, typed it, and handed this to me. So this is her opinion of what could be passed. And she did so in consultation with our zoning expert, the city's building inspector, the city planner. So this came from them. I didn't type this, I didn't write this. I didn't hand something written to the city solicitor to write. These are her words that I read tonight. And the number of 20,000 square feet is not something that I came up with. It was mentioned 20,000 feet in one of our meetings by, I forget, either the planner or the solicitor, and I said I'd accept that. That's good. But this protects some of the properties we're talking about, while 650 other properties can go forward and be protected and have affordable housing built on top of these mom and pop stores, the smaller places. The larger ones would be protected. It was one sentence. And further insert the following sentence below the table. And here's the sentence. Dwelling unit above the first floor retail, personal service, or office use shall only apply to parcels with a lot area of less than 20,000 square feet. It's real simple. 20,000 square feet was the trigger. So that's my motion, and I'm hopefully that if this passes 11-0, because it'll protect the affordable housing and it'll protect the small mom and pop stores and the smaller B1 properties that we want to see protected. I submit the amendment again, and I ask for an up or down vote on this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, so just want to go over what we discussed when I took the break, just so that everybody is aware of this, that the acting city clerk had a discussion with the city solicitor about what the actual time frame is. And so based on the city solicitor's legal opinion, that the clock started ticking when the hearing was closed. Hearing was closed on April 30th. We have 90 days. So that is July 30th. So then I was discussing, so then potentially we can vote on this now, we can keep it in committee or send it back to committee, or we can postpone it until our next meeting on the 28th, give people time to, think about, and perhaps if Councilor McCarthy wants to have another OLA meeting, because he doesn't have enough OLA meetings, have another OLA meeting to discuss the 20,000 foot threshold. So I just want to make sure that you guys have all that information so that when we make a decision as to where do we want to go with this, do we want to vote it up, vote it down, with the amendment, without the amendment, do we want it to continue to the 28th, do we want to send it back to committee? Councilor Terrell and Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Basically, the only option that, to me personally, I find unacceptable would be the prospect of voting a change in the use table down. If we, the body, wish to vote it up just vote it up as allowing the use, or if we want to vote it as amended, I am willing to support either one of those. I would not support the original negative recommendation because, as I said earlier, I think allowing business to exist underneath dwellings in the B1 is essential to preserving the character of our B1 neighborhoods. And that's what neighborhood business is. It's allowing business in your neighborhood. The issue of those larger lots, if this, and I know the city planner has deemed this acceptable, I know the Ward 7 Council was working on this frantically, and we even started our A&F meeting a little bit late because he was still working on it with the city solicitor and the city planner. If the will of the body is to go with that, I'm okay with it. I would prefer that it go forward just plain as it is, because realistically speaking, with the other dimensional requirements we've already adopted, we are adopting as part of this, the 35-foot restriction, all the like, there's no real, right now, just to use an example, I said, if we use the Staples Plaza that everybody's talking about, right now, if Staples decides to pull out, and they've been shrinking stores, they've pulled out of some places, if they want to pull out of there, then without an anchor store, that plaza doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. And right now, whether we change this or not, a developer can come in there, and so long as they have the 1.5 spaces, they can tear down that strip mall, chase out all the other businesses in there, tear down that strip mall and build something sprawling over 35 to 35 feet in height and make it all residential. It could be a condo complex. There's nothing stopping them from doing that right now. It would have to go through planning board review because of the size, but they're perfectly entitled to do that right now. So that, not changing this or changing this doesn't mean a thing to that block, to that complex. And that's important. The larger complexes, their economic viability is not affected by this, because if the businesses in them went away, they have higher value to the owner as residential anyway, and they can build up to that 35-foot maximum.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy, did you have your hand raised first? No. Okay, Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Clearly, we need to protect the mom and pop stores and allow for affordable housing above them, any housing above them. So our workers and others, as we've heard testimony the last couple of meetings. If it's not the will of the council to support that one sentence amendment that the city solicitor wrote and the city planner backed in support of, then I'll withdraw that motion, because I think we need to vote to approve this B1 here tonight so that we are protected and that the B1, so I'm sorry, why don't I just withdraw my motion right now? and I will be in support of the B1 as proposed here tonight. Are you willing to accept my withdrawal of my motion?
I am fine with accepting the withdrawal of your motion. Councilman Medora, do you have? I'm sorry. Are you done?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna defer to the at-large counsel to my left for clarification of his comments, and then I'd like to speak again, please.
Well, Councilman Medora had her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand go.
So.
I lost my train of
If you work hard on the amendment, we can vote whether you withdraw it or if it gets voted down. It's the same thing. We vote on the amendment first. So.
Okay, so we'll vote. Okay, so is the will of the body there just to vote on this regardless? Amendment, no amendment, all of that. Vote on it tonight. Just want to, yeah. Okay, Councilman Medora.
Thank you, Madam President. I generally support the amendment. I don't think it puts a lot of properties at risk, and some of the larger properties, perhaps the zoning is inappropriate in the first place, and those larger properties, if they would like to build additional units that are maybe more than, I forget what the number that triggers planned unit development, they would have to go through a rigorous planning review and perhaps the zoning board anyway. And to the Ward 5 councilor's point, we're already putting extra restrictions on adding residential units above businesses tonight, potentially. So I would like this B1 mixed use by right to pass tonight. And if this amendment makes a difference to my colleagues' votes, then I will rethink it. But I would really like to see this pass tonight and not go back to committee, because I don't even know how many orders we have in OLA. We need to be a working council. So that's where I stand right now.
Okay, so do we want to just take the vote on the amendment? Okay. So, let's see, so how am I wording this? So
Vote roll call on the final vote.
a roll call on the final vote.
Yes.
Yep. So roll call on the final vote, but for the amendment, just a hand vote? That's fine? Okay. So,
I'm sorry. I have a roll call, just so it's clear. Thank you, Madam President.
okay. Wait, I think I need 3 hands for a roll call. Do I have 3 hands? Okay, we got a roll call. Okay, so on Councilor Divel's amendment to, I just wrote down properties below
Section
20,000 square feet. Do you have it?
Read that one
Take it
sentence.
back.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have it.
So
It's
we're
only
all
the
clear
section
on
you
it,
know.
and we're okay if I don't read it out word for word. Okay.
Waive the reading.
Okay, waive the reading. So Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Fury.
No.
Councilor Medora.
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy.
No.
Councilor Milo.
Yes.
Councilor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
Councilor Gerard.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay. On the motion, is that what that says? Upon, okay.
The motion to amend.
The motion, okay, so the motion to amend section 3.0, table of principal accessory use regulation of the zoning ordinance, following the asterisk, further insert the following sentence below the table: dwelling unit above first floor retail, personal service or office use shall only apply to parcels with a lot area less than 20,000 square feet. We have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The matter carries. Okay, now on to
Adoption of the recommendation.
okay, so now we just have to vote on section 1, or do we want to do A, B, C, and D all together? Or do we have to do them separate?
You have to do them separately.
Okay, and we have to do them separate, and Council McCarthy moved for a roll call vote.
It's backwards too, because it was adopted out with a negative recommendation. It was referred, so it's a backwards roll call vote.
Okay, so this is a backwards roll call vote, so because it's a negative recommendation, no means yes.
No means yes.
Yes means no.
That's correct.
So, okay, Is that clear?
No.
So if you say.
I mean, yes.
If you, okay, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. The recommendation from committee was a negative recommendation, so now with the change, if you view it as a positive, then you have to vote no against the recommendation, because the committee recommended that you vote against it. So in order for it to be correct, because with the change that was made, you have to vote no, because the recommendation was with a negative recommendation, so you want to disagree with the recommendation.
Got it. Yes.
So now in order to disagree, you have to vote no.
Okay,
So
am
if
I
you
the only one
support
that didn't
this-
get that?
If
Sorry.
you support the zoning, you must vote against it.
Yeah.
You're just
If you're in favor of this proposal as amended to yes with the amendment made, then you have to vote no on this recommendation.
Because it's just the way it came out of
So
committee.
you're voting no on no.
Correct.
Okay.
Where is my?
Unless you are in support of the committee and you vote yes.
If you vote yes, you're voting against the recommendation.
You're voting against the.
You're voting against the zoning amendment. The
You're voting
zoning.
against the zoning amendment if you vote yes. If you
Correct.
vote no, you're voting against the committee.
Yep.
Correct.
That's
Got
correct.
it? Okay. Is that okay?
By roll call vote.
By roll call vote. Councilor
Correct.
Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President.
Anything else?
Just want to clarify, a no vote means that we're approving residential units above in the B1.
Yes.
Yes.
As amended by
As amended. Thank you.
Yes.
Just
Even
wanna
though
be-
we're saying no, we're saying yes.
Just want to be clear. Thank you.
So. Okay. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Dibble.
No.
Counselor Dominguez.
No.
Counselor Flynn.
No.
Counselor Fury.
No.
Counselor Madore. No. Counselor McCarthy.
No.
Counselor Milo. No. Counselor Peterson.
No.
Counselor Sargent.
No.
Counselor Torrio.
Nope.
Counselor Gerard.
No. Those were the silliest no's I've ever heard.
A long night.
9:30, and we haven't started the
We still
budget.
haven't done the budget yet.
We've got 4 hours to go.
Yay! I love spending all this time with you guys here. So, on the matter of the zoning ordinance amendment, section 3.0, table of principal and accessory use regulations as amended. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the negative, none in the affirmative. The matter does not carry.
Yes.
Which means
We don't support the committee's recommendation, so we vote in favor of the zoning.
correct.
Correct. There. Okay.
Now B, C, and D.
B, C, and D. Okay, so do we have any discussion on B, C, and D that we need to have? No. Okay, so,
And that means no.
Is there any public comment on that?
and no means no.
BC,
So,
just read BC
Madam City
and D,
Clerk, please call the roll.
Just on the B, C, and D.
B, C, and D.
It's just so, okay.
One vote no. Yes.
Are we all clear on what B, C, and D is? That's a positive recommendation. So on B, C, and D, we vote yes if we support the recommendation of the committee, or we vote no, we don't support the recommendation of the committee.
Yes is yes.
So yes is yes, and no is no on this one.
Correct.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Dibble.
Will you please call the roll?
Counselor
Yes.
Dibble. Counselor Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Fury.
Yes.
Counselor Madore.
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
Counselor Milo.
Yes.
Counselor Peterson. Yes. Counselor Sargent.
Yes.
Counselor Torrio.
Yes.
Counselor Gerard.
Yes. Okay. On the matter of the zoning ordinance, section 3.0, actually section 1, subsections B, C, and D, principal uses, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Okay, let's keep going. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem, City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs co-posed a committee all to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending zoning relative to swimming pools, section 3.2.5, as considered as amended and recommend,
No recommendation.
refer to the full council with no recommendation and attach the language from the city solicitor.
Okay.
Waive the reading, move for first
Okay,
passage.
so on acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
At our
Adoption of the
la- at-
recommendation under discussion.
Thank you. At our last committee meeting relative to the zoning issues that are in front of the committee, there was issues with regard to swimming pool, and actually the planning board had issues with the language as well. We asked the city solicitor to sit down with the building inspector and come up with some language. The city solicitor has included the language. I'll just read it briefly. It's a paragraph. Pools shall be surrounded by a permanent fence or wall at least 4 feet high and measured from the ground above the finished ground level, measured to the side of the barrier which faces away from the swimming pool. Fences shall be constructed of picket, stockade, or chain link type material. Rail fences shall not be permitted. Any fence gate must be locking and self-closing device so to keep the gate shut at all times. That was the language that we asked them to come up with. That's the language that I hope everyone would agree to. The building inspector has a concern. Salem is very dense, and to make sure that there are swimming pools, to make sure that the gates are properly locked. There was a lot of questions with regards to how big the distance from the pool. I think that we clarified that, but the building commissioner feels it's very important to have language relative to this that goes beyond what's in the state language to make sure that the swimming pools in the city of Salem are safe.
Thank you.
Production for first passage.
Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Madam President. On this matter, I agree wholeheartedly with the Ward 1 councilor. There was a 25-foot rule in there, so it might require an average backyard to have 2 fences in their backyard, which didn't make a lot of sense. And I think the building inspector and the planner and the solicitor came up with very good wording. And again, on this one, I agree with the Ward 1 councilor.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Just quickly.
Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Madam President. I just asked before that we amended to take out the wording to correct the Scribner's error. So it would read section 3.2.5, swimming pools is hereby amended, period. And it would take out the correct Scribner's errors, et cetera.
So moved.
Okay. So, and we're going to do a roll call vote as amended.
Yeah, we could vote on the amendment first, then roll
Do you want to, okay, let's vote on the amendment. Okay, so is a hand vote okay? Okay,
Would we vote on, we're voting on the amended language from the solicitor?
yes.
Striking that word, Scrivener's error.
Just striking the words, that's all we're voting on, correct?
Right.
Okay, so on the amendment offered by Councilor Sargent, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Okay, on the roll call vote as amended by the city solicitor, correct? Okay, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
As amended. As amended. Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Fury.
Yes.
Councilor Madore.
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Milo.
Yes.
Councilor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
Councilor Gerard.
Yes. On the matter of the zoning ordinance amendment for swimming pools, section 3.2.5 as amended, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. That went really quick. Sorry, did I just jinx it?
No.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. The City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs co-posed the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending zoning relative to table of dimensional requirements, sections 4.1.1, as considered said matter, and recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On adoption of the report, all those in favor? Acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Thank you. Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. There's a table here which got requirements for fence heights in various zones. And also additionally in section 3, section 4.11, table dimensional requirements hereby amended, inserting 3,500 square feet in the B1 column of the row entitled minimum lot area per dwelling unit square feet. This ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter.
Okay. Any further discussion?
We had the city solicitor in, we had the building commissioner in, and these what were agreed to coming out of committee. the 3,500 square feet per dwelling unit for the B1 zone, and basically cleaning up the fence dimensions with, in the table.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council McCarthy's motion for roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Milo?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio?
Yep.
Rod?
Yes. The matter of the zoning ordinance amendment, section 4, or amended, section 4.1.1, table of dimensional requirements. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-host of the Committee of the Whole, to who has referred the matter of an ordinance amending zoning relative to definitions, section 10.0, has considered the matter, recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Basically, these are definitions that are just clearing up some of the language relative to some of the zoning terms, and they are all relative to what's in the state. So our zoning definitions mirror the state's definitions. The vote was unanimous coming out of committee to adopt.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council McCarthy's motion for roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Milo?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio?
Yes.
Counselor Gerard?
Yes. On the matter of the zoning ordinance amending section 10.0 definitions, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-posted Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending zoning relative to parking requirements, section 8.4.9, has considered the matter and recommended adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the recommendation for amending parking relative to the NRCC zoning. Currently, NRCC requires 2 spots per dwelling unit, and this is to drop it to 1.5. There was a lot of testimony relative to because of the NRCC zone is so close to the train station, and how most of the developments that have been approved in the NRCC don't use the required 2 spaces per unit, and it has become, they look at it as just having a whole bunch of pavement around some of these developments that is not needed, especially where no one utilizes space, because if there's been a change of culture or the way people act relative to wanting to live close to the train station or public transportation, so that they currently the NRCC zone is the only zone in the city that requires 2 spots per unit. Everywhere else is at least minimum 1.5. In some cases, I think 1, 0 in cases, some 0, so you don't even need them. But NRC, I could go into the whole history of how the NRCC came out of committee 12, 13 years ago, and it was changed on this floor from 1 space to 2 without any real debate or discussion, because it came out of public meetings that it was going to be 1, and they jumped to 2. I wasn't in the chamber at that time, so I can't speak relative to why it jumped from 1 to 2. Currently, it's at 2. If you look at a lot of the developments in the NRCC, they've been, yes, have they been approved over density? Absolutely, but have they also require parking that is beyond belief? Yes. And it's the only zone in the city that requires 2. It's to try to bring the zone back in line with some of the other zones, and the recommendation coming out of committee was to go to 1.5.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council McCarthy's motion for roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
No.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Milo?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Torrio?
Yes.
Counselor Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. On the matter of the zoning ordinance amendment relative to parking requirements, section 8.4.9 NRCC, we have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The matter carries. Ward 6 thanks you. Counselor Terrio?
I move we return to
Page
regular order.
5.
Page 5.
That's depressing. Thank you, Tom. Communications from the mayor.
Hold on. We have an order of that the sum of $535,000 is hereby appropriated from the retained earnings certified for appropriation accounts listed below to offset the water, sewer, and trash rates for fiscal year 18 in accordance with the recommendation of Her Honor the Mayor.
Counselor Terrio?
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption.
Do you have to
I move for
suspend the
suspension of the
rules?
rules first.
Counselor Terrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Counselor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption.
Counselor Terrio moves for adoption. Under discussion.
This is the first of a lot of transfers and shoveling around of money that we're going to be doing tonight. This is take some of the retained earnings that we have, and it's all been taken into account developing the rates. This is taking some of the money that we retained in earnings on the water sewer side and using that to offset some of the rate increase that means the rate increase is lower than it otherwise would have been.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Counselor Terrio's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order in the sum of $89,750 is hereby appropriated to the accounts listed below to be funded by property taxes, state aid, non-property tax revenue, and reserves when the fiscal year 2019 tax rate is set in accordance with recommendation of Her Honor the Mayor.
Are you reading the rest of it?
I'll read that.
Okay, so Counselor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Counselor Terrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Counselor Terrio.
I also move for adoption.
Counselor Terrio moves for adoption. Under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. And now here's the stuff. So when the budget was being formed, and this is a goof that happened, this ties into the promotion of Ray Joden over in DPS. And because there was an error when he got his promotion to the position under him was accidentally deleted when he got promoted. So basically, he was promoted and then deleted after the fact. So there was an intent to bring another person in because we are trying to increase staffing, as we'll see in the budget, some in DPS, to increase the services that we're delivering. So it was put back into the budget after the fact. We received this, we received info on this earlier. The other matter in here is for adding some money to pay for more seasonal labor for the recreation department to handle some of the extra programs and services they're looking to offer. So I move for adoption.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Milo?
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, just a quick one. Does this change the bottom line? If I may, through you to the Ward 5 Councilor. Just a question as to whether or not it changes the bottom line, or did they find money from somewhere else to cover it?
It does not change the bottom line budget that we are going to be voting on. It is a supplemental appropriation, so it's coming out of free cash.
Any further discussion? Seeing none on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have been ordered that the sum of $12,000 is hereby appropriated in the Retirement Stabilization Fund's vacation sick leave buyback account to be extended for the negotiated sick leave buyback provisions needed in accordance with the recommendation of Her Honor the Mayor.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Councilor Terrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption. Under discussion.
Not really, Madam President. This is probably the last sick leave buyback we're going to see during the course of this year because the year's about to end.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have been ordered the sum of $10,000 to be appropriated from the fund balance reserved for appropriation free cash account to the planning contracted services account in accordance with the recommendation of Her Honor the Mayor.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Councilor Terrell moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I also move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. We're putting out a request for interest right now for to see if we can find anybody who is interested in doing a project with the Winter Island hangar structure and the old barracks building. This is for money to do an engineering assessment of the conditions of those buildings as part of the whole RFI, and we're hoping we can find somebody who will be willing to work out a deal with the city to put some investment into the buildings, particularly the barracks at this point is the priority, because we want to try and get that stabilized and back into some kind of service to the public.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an ordinance of $8,000 to be appropriated from the fund balance reserved for appropriation free cash account to the purchasing telephone account.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Councilor Terrell moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I also move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption under discussion.
Briefly, Madam President, I looked at this one. Basically, it's to cover extra telephone bills through the end of the year with some of the crossover that they've had and added devices they've put in line, like tablets and stuff that they're using for city purposes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept the donations listed below totaling $3,000 to be deposited in the Park and Recreation donation account for sponsorships towards the first annual Friends of the Park and Recreation Golf Tournament.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. We've had these three city institutions, Bob Loves at Cabot Wealth, St. Jean's Credit Union, and the Salem Wax Museum have all contributed to this. $1,000 each help sponsor this tournament. This will help raise some money for Parks and Rec services, and thank you for doing so.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept a donation in the amount of $1,200 from David Doyle to be used at the golf course. These funds will be deposited into the Recreation Department donation fund account.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a very generous donation from Mr. Doyle, and we really appreciate it.
On Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Mayor's informational page, none. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Madore.
Oh. Madam President. Sorry.
Brown
City
Street.
of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018, ordered that a trial period lasting up to November 15, 2018, to change the traffic pattern at the intersection of Brown Street, Washington Square North, and Washington Square West be as follows. Washington Square North from number 19.5 Washington Square to number 2 Brown Street, one way in a southwesterly direction. Brown Street from opposite number 2 Brown Street to Washington Square West, one way in an easterly direction. And I move for adoption.
Councilor Madore moves for adoption under discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. We had a pretty robust discussion during Community Economic Development Committee, and which was a pretty well run meeting, and I appreciated how we voted a lot of items out. So this was in regards to the trial traffic pattern around the Conan statue in front of the Witch Museum, turning each side of the statue from two-way to one-way. And at first, a lot of the residents and businesses were skeptical. One of the most vocal business owners there, Biff Michaud, was very skeptical. But from the committee meeting, he testified and said that this was one of the best changes he has ever seen in his 40 years running the business that has improved safety substantially, and not just for the cars, the motorists, but also pedestrians. And according to him, 400,000 visitors come through that area a year. And he has, ever since this this new pattern was introduced, he has not seen a single close call, whereas before, his staff would see at least 20 or 30 a day. So I think we all agree, and the neighbors agree, that this new pattern should remain with some tweaks. And so we are, at the end of the discussion, we decided that let me just get this straight. Washington Square North? The Brown Street, Washington Square West, in the easterly direction. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the easterly direction, we would like to propose a separate left turning lane. So the current lane split into two to allow a left turn lane going towards the common so that there's no backup created as a result of the left turn. And then I would also like to add another tweak for Washington Square North, adding a right turn in a southwesterly direction lane directly in front of the Witch Museum, so that there is no backup on that side, so that the motorists can just easily, they will understand that they could stay bear to the right for a right turn onto Brown Street, and then the opposite direction for those turning left, they also know they have a separate lane. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense?
I get most of it. Yeah, I can.
You're
I wish
changing
I
what
had
it-
a diagram.
You're essentially, you're describing changing the paint, really, right? It's
Yes.
just making it clearer as to which lane is for which.
Yes, but it's important that we adopt this tonight so that the current pattern is somewhat legal, because right now the trial has expired and the circulation is illegal. And we had the acting director of traffic and parking come and provide the data and then talk about his support. So, is there any additional clarification for this?
So then this is where I say under any further discussion.
Yes, I am.
Any further discussion?
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Sargent.
I think we'll be fine approving this as is. As Councilman Madore stated, leaving Brown Street right now is kind of one lane that just has two arrows to it. The parking board director, they're proposing making that two separate lanes, so the right of the statutes will want to be dedicated left, want to be dedicated right. But we don't have to vote on that. They can make a right turn lane and a left turn lane, as part anywhere around the city that they need to. But it's good to know that that's one of their plans, because that'll stop a lot of the backup along Brown Street where people were waiting in one lane of traffic. Now there'll be two. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council Madore's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. In front of us, we have a resolution. I don't know if you want me to
waive the reading.
Okay.
Okay.
I move for adoption.
So,
And congratulations.
This is for Cesar Guerrero, who
Any
is
further?
phenomenal.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
He's a great friend, as many of you know. He retired 25 years as a business owner. Los Amigos Supermarket, Lafayette Street, corner with Howard Street. He came from the Dominican Republic in 1992 and established his business and opened the door for everyone. And I wouldn't miss him. I think that, we just recognizing the good work that he has done for so many years. So, too late for me to continue to, compliment my good friend, but you all know Mr. Cesar Guerrero is going to be happy, and we wish him the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And he's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? He's a consistent Y member. So any further discussion on Councilor? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just want to make for the record that everyone in the city council body signed the resolution. Unanimously, everybody agreed that he's deserved a very great retirement. So I just wanted to reflect that to the public because everybody's on the same page with Mr. Guerrero.
Thank you. And please send him our best. On Councilor Dominguez's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. This is me. I don't have the paperwork though. Oh, there it is. I do have the paperwork.
Councilor Gerard.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 14th, 2018, ordered that the Planning and Community Development Department develop a zoning overlay district to facilitate the reuse of the Archdiocese schools and other properties.
On discussion?
I move for adoption.
On discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I received a letter, and I think all of you received a copy of the letter from the Archdiocese that they would like to use their properties for affordable housing. And as we've discussed in other parts of this meeting and in other meetings, that we do need affordable housing. And they asked about a zoning district, so it was recommended to send it to the planning department. They will draft something, and then we'll have another joint public hearing. So I move for adoption.
Any further discussion?
Just quickly.
Councilor Sargent?
It's just to develop a proposal.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Develop a proposal so that we will then have a joint public hearing and then we will discuss it ad nauseum.
Thank you.
Councilor Dominguez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to ask the language on this order. I see all this property. What does that mean? Meaning school and what other property we're talking about?
So if they have any sort of housing, what do you call it?
Rectory, convent?
A rectory or a parsonage? What's a parsonage?
Convent.
Okay, so sorry, Jewish, not familiar with this.
Catholic being my responsibility.
Thank you for helping me out. So if they have any other properties besides for the schools, which I think they do, so
Yes.
that's why that was left a little more ambiguous.
This includes St. James and St. Mary's
Yes.
and even St. Anne's.
St. Anne's. Yep.
Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if it would make better sense and use of the planning department's time if we had public input into their direction first, and whether or not this matter should go to committee and be heard and receive public comment from the neighbors that abut these properties before the planning department puts pen to paper. They can digest all of the neighbors' comments and concerns before we have some program that the neighbors might not agree with.
Councilor
Do you
Gerard,
want to take?
please.
I'll go first.
Councilor Gerard, please.
So when I talked with the planning director about this and I asked him, and I said, this sounds great, what do I do with it? And he said, okay, why don't you bring it in as an order and then send it to the planning department, and this is the process that will take, and then we can have the public process after we develop something. Like, you don't, it's not always the best idea to just say, hey, we heard about something, what do you guys think? Because I think people think the gamut, and we want to make sure that what potentially could come out of this discussion, that there's a clear directive so that people have some understanding as to where we're thinking of going with this. So, and again, and I just had a cursory conversation with the planning director about this. So I'm not even sure how he's going to write it and bring it to the planning board. So that's why I came in this way.
Councilor Maduro?
Thank you, Mr. President. This conversation actually, I hope this was the first time it was brought up, but it started during a process when the Archdiocese put out the RFP for St. James and St. Mary's properties on Hawthorne Boulevard, and they selected Salem Renewal in partnership with the North Shore CDC as the redevelopers of those two properties specifically. And so I participated in the Federal Street Neighborhood Association meeting where they were very open to this idea of an overlay district, because that would facilitate public conversation, which the planning department has already expressed interest in doing. to allow to have a full community conversation about this overlay, and maybe not just to the schools properties, but also some of the other properties that the city owns that are available for reuse. And just since that Federal Street neighborhood meeting, I've heard that most people they still continue to support the idea. They would rather go through zoning overlay discussion rather than having the potential of what we call friendly 40B to override local zoning, which is an even more intense process that requires a lot of relief that maybe not fit within the neighborhood. So some of that discussion is already happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion on the motion of Councillor Gerard, Planning and Community Development Department, develop a zoning overlay district to facilitate the reuse of the archdiocese and use of schools and other properties. All those in favor? Raise your hand, please. All those opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:15, let's go. Cooking. Committee reports, Council McCarthy.
Are there any other motions, orders, or resolutions?
Oh, do we have any other motions, orders, and resolutions?
Just making sure. We'll have to come back later.
I always forget that, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, to whom is referred the matter of granting certain licenses has C-Worms Tag Days, has considered said matter and recommend approval.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. Adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Council McCarthy's motion that this be adopted, all those in favor or granted, all those opposed, matter carries. Council McCarthy, further committee reports, Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-post the committee hold to whom was referred the matter of amending an ordinance relative to the City Marshal, Chapter 32, Article 2, Section 47, Chief of Department Control and Discipline Department, and Section 48, Vacancy in Office, has considered said matter and recommend approval.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Briefly, we had the chief showed up and Captain Proznuski and Jimmy Walker, who is the head of the police union, and they're all in agreement with this change. It's negotiated out in the union, as I tried to state in the last meeting, and we do not get involved in union negotiations. The unions agreed to this. This change is is it first passage roll call vote? It's because it's an ordinance change, you need first passage for roll call vote.
Okay, on any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council McCarthy's motion for first passage by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Madore? Yes. Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Milo? Yes. Council Peterson?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
Council Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. On the matter of an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to City Marshal, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further committee reports. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City Salem, City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-post the committee hold to whom was referred the matter of a home rule petition to the General Court and act concerning the appointment of retired Salem police officers as special police officers within the City of Salem, has considered said matter and recommend approval.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Did I get 6 hands?
Yeah.
Wait, okay, good. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Thank you. Briefly, as once again, the chief was in, and this is, she stated that there's last year alone, there was over 800, I want to say the number was somewhere around 800.
867.
What's that?
867.
Whatever the exact number was, over 867 basically detail jobs that were left unfilled because of they couldn't get anyone to fill them. So this is something that the union has been trying to negotiate with the city in order to allow retirees to work details. They have a whole system set up, which is constructed and approved by the chief. and with input from a whole bunch of other people, and the union has also agreed it. So once we send it off, it's a home rule petition. It has to be approved by the state legislature in order for this to happen. And once again, it's a union negotiation that was negotiated out within union guidelines, and we're just making sure that they get what they want or they need in this case, because it's all a matter of public safety. Because when these details go unfilled, you know, sometimes it's on a minor side street and may go unfilled. That's one thing, but when details are unfilled on, you know, some of the larger streets and traffic patterns are tossed around and turned around, and people end up getting detoured, and there's no one to direct them where they're supposed to be going. It just ends up in a mess. So this is a way to help clarify the mess, and it's very well thought out, and it addresses a lot of the concerns, and so the recommendation was to approve. Send it off to the state legislature.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council McCarthy's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. We have further committee reports on page 15. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Ordinance and Legal Affairs co-posed the committee of the whole to whom was referred the matter of the recommendation by the ad hoc search committee to fill the vacancy of the clerk's position has considered the matter and recommend the following. In approval. The following would be, because, you know, obviously we're setting I don't know how to recommend approval. I mean, because there's a whole list of recommendations that come with this. It's not an acceptance of the report. We recommend the following conditions. I'm not really sure how you want to work it, because it's not. We're putting forth three names. The ad hoc committees. So how does that frame into approve or disapprove or conditions? We recommend the following. Is that okay? Approved it.
Yes.
The following for approval. Okay.
Yep. So recommend the three names for approval to schedule.
I have it. If I can get through the.
Okay. So am I accepting the report yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Recommend the following for approval.
Now accept the report? Okay, so on acceptance of the report, all those in favor?
Thank you.
All those opposed, matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation
We're
under
on the same
discussion.
page. There you go.
Are we?
No, I don't know sometimes.
I hope.
So.
The same book.
This is a book.
So the ad hoc committee met numerous occasions, and to briefly go through the whole process, we took all the resumes that were submitted, we narrowed them down to 6. Then we took the 6 resumes and we brought them all in for interviews, and then we narrowed it down to 3, and that's where we're at right now. So in the License Order Legal Affairs Committee was charged to form the ad hoc committee, so we formed the ad hoc committee, and the ad hoc committee reported back to the License Order Legal Affairs, and now the License Order Legal Affairs is reporting out to the full City Council for their consideration. And what came out of committee was the meeting shall not be broadcast live, which is one of the recommendations.
Yeah.
The final vote be taken at the special meeting, the night of the special meeting. So we're going to have a special meeting to take up the matter of the position. So after that, after the 3 candidates have presented themselves, that the vote be taken that night was a recommendation coming out of committee. That every effort to keep it fair, meaning that people in the audience are asked to turn off their cell phones in advance so that they can't potentially forward information, not saying anyone would, but just to make sure the perception is fair, because it's a unique situation because we operate in an open environment. So it's difficult when you're trying to the candidate who goes third could be at an advantage because that person may find out what the questions were in advance, because we're all going to ask the same questions. So that was just a recommendation. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you can make it fair. We just want to make sure that everyone understands we're trying to make this as fair and open as possible. That the special meeting be held prior to the next council meeting, which I think that was the objective of what came out of that, just to make sure it's going to be held within the next 2 weeks. So we have that done. And that 6 councils that the 6 councils that are going to ask questions ask the same question of each candidate, and that the council will coordinate their questions with the council president. Basically meaning that we talked about this in committee. All the committee members got the questions that we as ad hoc committee members asked. They fell into certain categories. So the conversation we had in committee was, here are the 7 topic areas that we chose. If you want to ask a question, these are the questions we ask. If you want to expand on one of those questions, but if you want to take an educational question rather than have 6 educational questions, maybe you should reach out to the city council president and say, I'm going to do an education question, so that then the next person says, well, I'd like to do, education's already been taken, take another topic, and then they formulate a question based on whatever area, or it could be outside that area. It doesn't have to be within those 6 or 7 parameters that we use, but just so that everyone's not asking, so there won't be 6 questions based on
One topic area.
one topic. Exactly. So that was the recommendation on the committee. As was posted in the paper, we all saw the 3 names and we have the resumes, but the names and the resumes will be sent to everybody in the council so they can have a hard copy review those. And the ad hoc committee's work, except for a couple things at the end, is done. That we kept for a couple minor things after the city clerk is selected. And the recommendation from the OLA committee would be to pass it on to the city council president to schedule a special meeting and try to adhere to everything we've talked about and some of the recommendations that came out from Beth and I. So that's where we're at.
Okay, under discussion? Okay, I just have one question. I'm sorry to belabor this.
Boy, one other thing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick clarification. So if, so then after we hear the 3 candidates, the 6 other members ask their questions, what if we can't make a decision that night? The original thought was that we would have the special meeting and then we would take the vote on the 28th. So I guess that's just my concern. I mean, it's either, if it's not clear as day. If it's not one candidate, if everybody doesn't say, oh, it's this one candidate, like, how do we manage that?
Personally, as president now, I think the ad hoc committee did an outstanding, professional, above board, transparent process. And I think they interviewed the candidates, had the resumes. The other 6 we have in that meeting. I think they'll concur by their own judgments who the best choice is, and I don't think we'll come to that situation at all. I think it's very clear. Okay. I don't think we'll need another meeting. I think most people in this chamber will do the best of their professional abilities to serve the city of Salem, choose the best candidate, as I will. And I think we won't come to that conclusion.
Okay. Can I add one more thing?
Councilor McCarthy?
Can I add one more thing?
Oh, please.
Sorry. Apologize. Please forgive my latitude. I also just want to acknowledge the ad hoc committee that you, Councilor Fury, Councilor McCarthy, Councilor Terrio, Councilor Dominguez, myself, Chuck Barton, the chair of the Board of Registrar of Voters, and Lisa Camerata, the HR director. I can't thank you all so much for coming and sitting in that hot room multiple times to interview the candidates and everything that you contributed to the questions, to the discussions that we had with the candidates. It really made this such a robust process, and it was really an honor to run the ad hoc committee with you.
Thank you for your leadership.
Okay.
I think it's come out very professional. Councilor McCarthy, did you have a response?
This was, Mr. President, one last thing. It didn't make it to the notes of the committee report, but if there could be some drawing of a names out of a hat to pick the order, because obviously right now the candidates are listed in alphabetical order, so just everything's above board.
Keep it going.
Put the names in a hat, pick it. I'll leave that to your discretion, however, whatever the order is, but just alphabetical doesn't seem, or you could do revert, I don't know, but.
Thank you. We're in good hands. Thank you.
Councilor Terrio, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. In response to something you said, I would suggest just work out with, as part of this, I'd ask that you work out with the city solicitor what the appropriate voting methodology should be for us, whether it should be by ballot or whether it should be by roll call vote or however. We should have the method of voting that we have should be one that is fair and doesn't, if whatever is legal that is fair and doesn't pressure members of the council to vote in one direction or another through stuff, we should see if that's the case. But again, just whatever is legally required in that.
Yes, and I'll just say this, that the city solicitor, I have been in regular contact with the Attorney General's office, with the Ethics Commission on how to do this. So we've been getting advice every step of the way, so we will continue.
When you have something from them on that's definitive, just please
I can
make
share
sure to
it.
communicate that to the rest of the council,
Yes.
so we're all on the same page beforehand.
Yes. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. On Council McCarthy's motion to adopt the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Councilor Dibble, committee reports, Councilor Dibble. Sorry, I'm getting punchy at this point.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see how fast we can get through these.
Yes.
City of Salem, in City Council, June 14th, 2018, the Committee on Community and Economic Development co-posted, to whom was referred with the Committee of the Whole, the matter of establishing an ordinance for guidelines and perimeters for food trucks, has considered the said matter and would recommend the matter remain in committee.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, any discussion? Or briefly?
No discussion.
Great. Okay. On Councilor Dibble's motion to adopt the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilor Dibble.
City of Salem, in City Council, June 14th, 2018, the Committee on Community and Economic Development co-posted, to whom was referred with the Committee of the Whole the matter of use of municipal parking garages and surface lots, has considered said matter and would remand the matter to the Parking and Traffic Board to discuss with the former Councilor Famico and send recommendation back to the City Council.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Yeah, very briefly, this is a matter that came from 2016 that's been in committee for a while, was not addressed. I tried to get information last year, was unsuccessful, and former Councilor Famico offered some information recently to find out what this matter was all about. I thought it was about the staircases in the garage, but it was really not. So I'm looking forward to hearing a recommendation come back from the board to this council.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Councilor Dibble's motion to adopt the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilor Dibble.
City of Salem, in City Council, June 14, 2018, the Committee on Community and Economic Development co-posted, to whom was referred with Committee of the Whole, the matter of traffic issues in Ward 7, has considered said matter and would recommend discharge matter from committee.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Yeah, very briefly, I had a discussion with the former traffic director and the present traffic director, and I attended a couple of the traffic and parking board meetings, and we discussed some of the issues of their recommendations for issues within Ward 7 and their changes, that one of them that you're all aware of that simply did not work, and they revised their recommendation and then we built it. So the matter is now behind us.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilor Dibble.
City of Salem, in City Council, June 14, 2018, the Committee on Community and Economic Development, to whom was referred the matter of returning Brown Street and Washington Square back to two-way streets, has considered said matter and would recommend that the matter be dismissed.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Very briefly, I think the Ward 2 councilor summarized it earlier. The trial period that we have now back in place protects the city from a liability standpoint. And it is the Committee on Community and Economic Development's opinion that a permanent order be put in place before this trial period expires again. This is the second trial period for the same issue.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports. Councilor Dibble.
City of Salem, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
City of Salem, in City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Community and Economic Development co-posted, to whom was referred with the Committee, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of impacts in the city by Airbnbs, has considered said matter and would recommend that the matter remain in committee.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion,
Very briefly, I have to thank the good at-large Councilor Dominguez for submitting this, and we had an excellent hearing on this back in, I want to say the beginning of February, but I'm not sure. It might have been the end of January. It was early on in the council year. We heard testimony from inns, bed and breakfasts, from the general public, from a couple people in Ward 4 and Ward 2 that had significant issues with Airbnbs disrupting the way of life in the neighborhood in a really negative way. And I'm happy, we put this back into committee and brought it out, and I'm happy the mayor submitted a draft ordinance. And I have to thank the good at-large councilor and the good Ward 4 councilor for stepping forward and volunteering to serve on the committee. But the committee was never created. The mayor, through her solicitor's office, drafted an ordinance. The two councilors present here tonight were helpful in reviewing that draft ordinance, and there'll be a meeting later this month, a public meeting, where I encourage anybody watching at home tonight and all the councilors to go and attend this very important issue. I believe it's June 26th at 7 o'clock p.m. For those interested in learning more or speaking about this issue of Airbnbs and short-term rentals that really affect the brick and mortar places that we already have in the city that are bed and breakfasts and inns that are paying and following all the rules. We need to make sure that all the rules are being followed. We heard good testimony tonight from Mr. Cohen that talked about Boston just passed an ordinance, and we were trying to mirror Boston's ordinance, but they revised it. So we need to look at our draft ordinance and make sure that we have good protections for the city of Salem, similar to what Boston just passed. We'll be taking a look at that. Thank you, Madam President.
thank you. Seeing no further discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. Oh, Councilor Dibble, you can't sit down yet. One more committee report.
Son of a gun. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
There are 6 of them that we heard this week. City of Salem, in City Council, June 14, 2018. And by the way, Madam President, I'd like to thank our committee. We had a almost 4-hour long, maybe 3.5-hour meeting earlier this week in the middle of budget hearings. And we really spent a lot of time addressing all these issues. So with that, City of Salem and City Council, June 14, 2018, the Committee on Community and Economic Development co-posted with Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of the Salem Willows Black Picnic, has considered said matter and would recommend refer the matter to the city solicitor for review and recommendation.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. This was probably an hour and a half, maybe 2-hour long meeting where we heard testimony from, I guess, the president of a group called Salem United. The woman is from Framingham, but she's volunteered to help strengthen and expand this 275-year, I'm not sure the exact number of years, but almost 300-year-old event that's been going on from people all around the region coming to Salem Willows in July every year. And in her opinion, things are getting out of hand with DJ and some swearing and some other issues. And we had a very good meeting, and she kind of stepped forward to kind of corral things. But she had some severe issues and serious issues that she was speaking of in committee. And I'm excited that the city solicitor and Ms. Wade from Framingham are going to get together and try to hammer out the details to allow this excellent program to continue. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. On adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. Committee reports, Councilor Terrio.
Here we go.
Sorry. And let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn is recusing himself.
From this group, yeah. There's going to be, just for the record, there's going to be a whole parade of recusals coming up as we go.
Yep.
So, first one, I'll hand these all up at once when I'm finished with this batch of stuff. Committee on City Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Administration and Finance co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an appropriation for $355,330 as part of fiscal year 2019 capital improvement plan for department expenditures. Has considered said matter and would recommend adoption.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, Councilor Terrio.
Really briefly, because we got a lot of these to go through, and just before we get cranking on it, I'd like to thank all the members of my committee who were here for almost all the hearings for hours and hours and hours over the last couple of weeks. And right on cue, here comes the mayor, but Councilor Peterson, Councilor Dibble, Councilor Fury, Councilor Flynn, they were here, several of the other councilors who were here for one or more meetings. So a lot of questions asked. This one in particular covers the bay floor in Station 5 and approach there, carpet replacement at the library, additional bicycle racks in the city, various improvements to Fields and Park and Rec, improvements to the underpass over by the train station at North Street, so equipment for the police department, and some of the funds towards roof replacement and repair at the Bentley School.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor?
That one already.
What? Yes. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I already did that. Okay, sorry. I didn't check it. Okay, so is that all your discussion then? Okay, so on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Thank you.
Further committee reports. Councilor Terrio.
Now let's give the Ward 4 councilor a second to come back.
Hey, Dominic. Will you get me more water?
City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Community Administration Finance co-posted Committee of the Whole to whom was referred the matter of appropriation in the amount of $73,706 from fund balance reserved for appropriation free cash for Bentley roof replacement CIP account. Has considered said matter, would recommend adoption.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Very briefly, Madam President, with all the work that's taken place at Bentley in putting the solar roofs up there, or the old solar panels on that roof, they discovered deficiencies in the roof and are we're going to be doing work to bring it up to code and compliance and put in safety rails and all the like. So it's for repairs that they discovered.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, President of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Community Administration and Finance co-posted with the Committee of the Whole who was referred the matter of a bond order, the amount of $13,300,000 for fiscal year 2019 Enterprise Fund Capital Improvement Program. This for water and sewer has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Okay. On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this was a lengthy process that we had. We had this meeting earlier in the week. The major factor in this, to just point this out for everybody, the major factor in the water sewer rates change and the amount that we're bonding here is for completion of the final phase of the multi-year process that's been going on Canal Street. We've had the roadway work. We had the first stage of the drainage project about, at this point, 5 years ago, when they first put in all the pipes under the old Canal Street. And now the second phase is wrapping up with the installation of the force main that's going to be taking the water from the tanks that are going to be built at Salem State and pumping them out and out through Forest River. That phase is wrapping up, and this is the final phase, which is construction of the pump station and the tanks itself. When this is completed, this is going to take a large number of properties out of the flood zone. So this is going to benefit this is going to benefit traffic in the area. This is going to benefit businesses and residents in the area, and it's going to save residents in that section. I think it's over 100 homes. It's going to save them a lot of money because they won't have to buy flood insurance once this is all complete, and it'll solve a long-standing problem.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Fury.
In my 32 years of elective office, I've seen a lot of them.
It's
I
late.
apologize. That time of night, my 32 years in elective office, I've served under some great administrations, great mayors. No mayor has really taken on the challenge as Mayor Driscoll. Band-aid after Band-aid after Band-aid in my 32 years. And now finally, creative, well thought out, professional, good team. And I think in 2-3 years from now, we're going to see wonderful results. It's a great credit to Mayor Driscoll and the administration and the team to see this all possible. Thank you, Mayor Driscoll.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none are we all set?
Oh, yeah. No, we did that. Yeah, we did that at the beginning.
Yep. Are we all set? Okay. So on Councilor Terriel's motion to adopt the recommendation by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Fury?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Milo?
Yes.
Councilor Peterson?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
Councilor Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. On the matter of first passage of the bond order in the amount of 13 mil, wait, is this, okay, sorry, this says 13,000. And the bond order in the amount of $13,300,000 for fiscal year 2019 water capital improvement plan. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further committee reports. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Administration and Finance co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of a bond order in the amount of $10,696,190 for fiscal year 2019 General Fund Capital Improvement Program. Has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries. And adoption of the recommendation under discussion.
Again, Madam President, we held this meeting at the same time. This is for all the general fund capital expenses that we're anticipating taking on in this fiscal year that we'll be bonding for. Major drivers in this are the seawall replacement at Forest River Park, which combines our money with state and federal money to do that. Some of the work for funding the design for the new pool that's going to be built in a couple of years. Completion of the Canal Street bike path, roadway improvement design work for Boston Street. There's some additional work going to the Loring Lafayette intersection. There's the money to build the improvements, the rotary or roundabout actually because it's smaller on Swampscott Road. The reconstruction of all the decayed roadbed and pavement and sidewalks that are right out near us on Essex Street. All the capital equipment needs that we have for the city, new schools, new telephones in the schools, all that stuff. So we had a lengthy meeting on that as well, and the committee is ready to go forward.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. To me, when you look at the budget, it's a matter of needs and wants, what we really need to have constructed and what we might want to have constructed. We have broken sidewalks throughout the whole city in front of people's houses that really need to be repaired. There's one, and I support everything that was on the list that the good Ward 5 Council just read, with the exception of one issue, and to me, that's something that we might want to do, but it's also something that we might not want to do. I'm speaking of the Essex Street project between Washington Street and North Street, a two-long block section downtown. $1,500,000 to reconstruct that street the sidewalks were just reconstructed a couple of decades ago. They are largely in very good repair. They need some attention, in a few places some maintenance issues. We have Boston Gas repair, for instance, I think there's two of them, that was repaired pretty shoddily. We could have the Boston Gas come back and fix that. So I think it's a lot of money for something that might have a fairly negative impact. We need more parking downtown, not less. This project, if we take the curb away from where it is now, further out to the middle of the street, as proposed, will result in the trees being removed, whereas we have a beginning of a canopy now on some established trees that have been there for 28 years or so. Almost 30 years, I think it is. So the lion's share of the trees will have to be removed. You really don't need to reset the curb. It's in pretty good shape the whole way. It will result in parking loss along the street on one side. If we're looking to put a bike lane down the street, anybody who drives the street knows that we have parking on both sides and not a whole lot of room for a bike lane and a travel lane for the car. And if we move the sidewalk out into the middle of the street more, there's not going to be room for the car and a bike lane. So the parking on that one side will have to go. I have opposition to losing parking downtown. I have opposition to losing the trees that we have a bigger canopy now. I have opposition to spending money on sidewalks that are, by and large, in pretty good shape. Granted, there are little sections here and there along the way that do need some maintenance. The roadway is clear. The roadway needs to be restored and replaced. We had a good discussion with our Director of Public Services. In his opinion, $150,000 or $200,000 would be able to cold plane and treat the street and repave the street. $200,000 with some repairs to the sidewalk. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the line item that is $1,500,000, reduce it down to $200,000 so the roadway can be corrected, but the leftover money could be used to fix the hundreds and hundreds of broken sidewalks that we have throughout the whole city. I have a list of over 100 locations in Ward 7 that are waiting for repair, and it's been on a waiting list for a year and a half, almost 2 years now. So with that, the budget would be reduced by a total of $1,300,000. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Terrio?
Thank you, Madam President. Before we so I'll simply, the Director of Public Services' opinion was not that that would be an adequate repair. And his assessment of the conditions is that the conditions of the roadbed themselves are sufficiently deteriorated due to age, due to utility issues, due to things like tracks and cobblestones under the street, and the sidewalks are not in as good condition. I think for people who walk downtown regularly, they'd note that that condition is not as good as is being claimed here. There are a lot of panels misaligned. There are a lot of ponding issues and ice and snow issues where it accumulates in the wintertime. It's not in great shape. Are there other streets and sidewalks that are in poor condition around the city? Absolutely. And we have capital funds that are allocated to deal with that. We have Chapter 90 funds that we'll be using to deal with that. That's also part of this budget. But they've been working on a plan for some time to do this. The first phase was, in fact, the utility improvements that were done for most of the last year. So I do not support this. I will note that the mayor is here as well, and we can at any time suspend the rules to allow her to address this. But I feel strongly that this is not something that should be eliminated. And I will, for one, I take on something like this, I take the advice of the city's of the city engineer who also serves as the director of DPS, and his assessment of the need and his assessment of where this is in the list, and the mayor's understanding of where we are financially in our ability to bond for this. So I will not be supporting any motion to amend or reduce this.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble?
Second.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
I just want to point out, this is my third year on the Committee on Administration and Finance. And in those 3 years of budget hearings, I proposed quite a few reductions and eliminations, if you would, to reduce the overall budget, to try to keep the tax rate down. And not one, actually, in 3 years, not a single reduction of the budget was voted on, was supported by a vote of this council. So we have not, in 3 years, maybe longer, eliminated anything from the budget at all. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So do we have a second on Councilor Dibble's motion? Councilor Sargent, you seconded? Okay, so then.
You can vote on his motion.
Councilor Fury?
I'm sorry, Madam President.
Hang on. Councilor Fury, you had your hand up first.
I'm strongly opposed. As an Administration Finance Committee member for many years, we've already gone through the infrastructure already in downtown Salem. That part of Salem has been the foster child of the downtown district. It needs remediation. This bond will allow that to be a full-fledged member, part of the city of Salem. I'm not an engineer. I don't even pretend to be an engineer. We had the engineer here today during our budget meetings. We asked him those questions. You asked him those questions. Mm-hmm. He fully concurred professionally with his judgment that the full bond is necessary. Not a patch, not a cover-up, the sidewalks and everything. And this town, this downtown needs it. From the Witch House down to the square. It's always been a foster child of the city of Salem. As an adopted parent myself, I know what a foster child is. Situation. This is a foster child of the SRA district. And this will bring it up into the 21st century. So I strongly concur, and I strongly concur with the misnote and professional in the mayor's judgment. This is a large appropriation, an appropriate appropriation, and what we need. So I strongly concur with Councilor Torrio, Chairperson of Administration and Finance, and maybe with the input of the mayor. This would be inappropriate to cut at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Dibble and then Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you again, Madam President. I walk that 2-block section of Essex Street. I did so again this afternoon, just to be sure what I'm saying here would be truthful. And I didn't trip the whole way. I wasn't really paying attention as I walked. It was pretty flat the whole way. There were some adjustments that clearly need to be made. But when I get walking around Ward 7, again, there's hundreds of houses that need the sidewalks in front of their houses repaired. Serious tripping hazards. 4 or 5 inch, 1 6-inch lip. It's like a stepping up onto it in front of people's houses. The good at-large counselor asked me to go to a Loring Avenue resident who happens to be a quadriplegic in a wheelchair. I met with him this afternoon before some other meetings today. And he has issues with the lifted sidewalk and the driveway that he's not really able to get his car over the driveway properly. And his sidewalk is in disrepair. It's been like that for years. The city did come through and make some modifications and sawed down some of the lifted areas, but it's still a roller coaster, and this gentleman's in his chair having trouble. So I'm speaking tonight on his behalf and the hundreds of other people that, as I walked Ward 7 and met with people in front of the houses and saw the condition of their sidewalks, we need to get the sidewalks citywide repaired. And this one here on Essex Street that you can walk along and really not trip anywhere, you gotta do some, and I agree that we need to make some repairs to it, but we don't need to spend $1,500,000 when that would basically fix, I think, pretty much all the damaged sidewalks throughout the whole city. Thank you, Madam President. So I ask for this by roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councillor McCarthy and then Councillor Fury.
Not being a member of the committee, but one of those who stayed at home and watched it on television because the good Ward 5 council had them all broadcast and you could just stay at home and watch things on TV and watch comments. There was multiple hours of meetings on this, but I remember this issue when it came up. And didn't the Ward 7 councilor propose to make this reduction in committee and it failed?
Yes.
So it did. So he's already proposed this once during the whole committee phase. And with all due respect to the Ward 7 councilor, with regards to sidewalks, there's sidewalks all over the city. I mean, I can take him on a walk in Ward 1 if he wants, but I'm sure I don't know if he has the time because he seems to be walking everywhere else. But all that being said, I wish there was just $1 million worth of repairs and sidewalks all over the city. Because if there was, we'd be in the mayor's office talking about how do we get them all fixed right now. This is well in advance of that, and I don't know what the number is. But I know one thing: when the city engineer looks at that street and there's deficiencies under the street, there's deficiencies everywhere in the street, and those are going to spill out into the sidewalks. Rather than do a Band-Aid patch on this thing, we want to do it right. So why, if we've got the money in a capital improvement plan in order to do it right, if the concerns are sidewalks up, then work with the proper people in order to develop a plan to get it into the capital improvement project for the next year, as opposed to trying to delete money from a budget. Because right now the money's allocated in order to make this go through and enhance the downtown. We can have discussions about tree canopy and it was 29 years ago. I'm sure that the Ward 7 council was in the planning department there and was a part of the plan to plant the trees, and he probably has a very emotional attachment to them. I hope that they all don't go. There is somewhat of a nice canopy. I don't think they're all going to go. That's not. But once again, let the people we hire to do their jobs do their jobs, and in their professional opinion. I don't think that the city engineer just walked into the mayor's office one day and said, hey, we need to spend $1.5 million tomorrow to fix this, without going through a process and without going through a whole slew of meetings in order to develop a plan to come up with, this is what we need to do, this is how we're going to do it, and this is the money we need to smartly appropriate and plan for in order to complete this project. So I agree with the Ward 5 councilor on this one, that this was vetted during the budget process, during the committee meeting. It was dealt with at that level. We're here talking about it again, which was obviously the right of the Ward 7 Council to bring it to the full council, but we've heard the testimony. We know that the city engineer is in favor of this. The Ward 7 Council believes that the deficiencies aren't as bad as they say. I don't know where he came up with the $200,000 that's going to be enough. It doesn't seem like enough to repave a road to me and make some sidewalk repairs. But once again, there is no testimony from the city engineer, but at this point, let's move it. It's an up or down vote. It took an up or down vote in committee. It's doing up and down vote now, and move on. There's a whole bunch of other pages here.
Yeah. Councilor Fury.
The mayor want to speak?
Mayor, did you want to address us on this?
Maybe just briefly, because I don't know that everyone was at the Finance Committee meeting, so I want to make sure the points aren't lost, and I appreciate the need for sidewalk repairs throughout Salem for sure. I want to make sure people know this isn't an either or. This is one of the oldest stretch of city roads that exist in our community, this particular stretch of Essex Street heading to Townhouse Square. I really scrutinize this number because $1.5 million for such a small road is a lot of money. I think it speaks to the amount of work that's necessary to bring this road and this sidewalk into a state of good repair. There were immense voids, all kinds of deterioration below grade when National Grid came in and did the gas work. We've got water and sewer work there. We obviously want to improve the sidewalks. They're not great for able-bodied people. They are really hazardous for folks who have accessibility challenges. It is a heavily traveled sidewalk, so it's downtown. I certainly am cognizant and aware, just like you are and all of us are, regarding sidewalk needs. We've got $1.5 million plus in the budget for roads and sidewalks. We're trying to make sure, as we think about new development projects, we're leveraging those dollars. There'll be new sidewalks on Boston and Bridge all the way down to Flint Street. We've got new sidewalks planned in the Derby Street neighborhood as part of the footprint funding. We've got CDBG money where we're plugging in sidewalk and infrastructure upgrades there. So you're talking in excess of $2 million in sidewalk upgrades, plus the patching and other work that needs to go on. The trees that are currently on that stretch of Essex Street drop all kinds of pods, are a real hazard. They're certainly not ideal by any stretch, and there's no way we're going to lose all the parking on one side. I think we sent everybody a copy of the draft plan that's been worked on. I think 3 or 4 spaces tops is what we're talking about removing to accommodate wider sidewalks, bike lanes, a complete streets model consistent with the ordinance that we adopted. I don't like these sorts of this or them, us or them. We got to make a lot of decisions and set a lot of priorities. If you've looked at that roadway now, we cannot leave it like that. It makes no sense whatsoever to sort of just put a Band-Aid on it. We want to do this the right way. This is how much it costs. We've also been working with the business community, people who live downtown. We've had at least 2, perhaps 3 stakeholder meetings already. There's an expectation that this is next. We did all that work. We said, look, we're not going to do it during the busy season. We're going to leave it like it is right now. November 1st, we want to get right back out there and get this roadway completed. So appreciate the concern relative to wanting to have enough resources. I struggle with it every single day. You mentioned cutting and what we didn't cut. Well, I cut almost $2 million, actually in excess of $2 million before you got this budget. And the goal is to give you something that's real, that's what we need, and then we deliberate on it and have discussions about what we want to fund and what we don't want to fund. I hope this is something you'll fund. I wouldn't have put it in if I didn't think it was necessary, and I certainly don't want to renege on expectations of the business and downtown community about a very heavily traveled stretch of roadway that is not very accessible, not certainly not anything in a condition that we want to leave it, and really needs a quality curb-to-curb enhancement, which I think will provide value to us. There's been investment in this area. We'd like to see that continue, and we're certainly going to spend a lot of money on sidewalks in other areas as well. So it's not an either-or.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, so Councillor Dibble asked for a roll call vote for the appropriation reduction, which was seconded by Councillor Sargent. So, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? Is everyone clear that on which yes and no means? Yes? Okay. So, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councillor Dibble?
No.
Wait. You're saying no, you don't want to reduce it now?
No, I apologize. I thought a no vote was to, this is on your motion to reduce.
This is on your motion to reduce.
Motion to reduce the budget by $1.3 million. $1.3 million, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we do want to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councillor Flynn?
No.
Councillor Fury?
No.
Councillor Madore? No. Council McCarthy?
No.
Council Milo?
No.
Council Peterson?
No.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
No.
Council Gerard?
No.
Thank you. On the matter of the motion to reduce the bond order for FY19 General Fund Capital Improvement Plan by 1.3 million, we have 11 members voting, 3 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Now we have the roll call vote.
For adoption for first passage.
I'm sorry?
For adoption for first passage.
I was just going to say that. Now we have the roll call vote for adoption for first passage. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Milo?
Yes.
Council Peterson?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
Council Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. In the matter of first passage of the bond order in the amount of $10,696,190 for FY 2019 General Fund CIP, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. Just the second item in here before I go into my next actual committee report that I have. The second item in here on the 5-year CIP, just for the people who are still awake and watching at home. That one, we weren't quite clear as to whether that one needed to go through or not. We did not hear it in the committee, but we may not have to. We're not quite sure yet. If we do have to hear it, it is not a 2-passage requirement and would be heard at the next standing meeting in 2 weeks if that turns out to be the case. We're not 100% sure yet.
Thank you.
So
on
this
further
one,
committee reports.
Yes. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Administration and Finance, to whom was referred the matter for an appropriation for Department of Public Services, Burial Services, had considered said matter and would recommend adoption.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Administration and Finance Co-Post Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending rates for use of water, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. Briefly, this is the setting of the water rates, and then next report is on sewer rates. This is the rate setting. It's an ordinance process, but it's a financial matter, so it's kind of weird. So it goes up in this committee instead of ordinance, license, and legal affairs each year. But so this is setting the rates to pay for all the projects that we've just authorized.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Councilor Terrio's motion to adopt the recommendation for first passage, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Salem City Council, June 14, 2018. The Committee on Administration and Finance, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of an ordinance amending rates of use for sewer, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Exact same as the last one.
Great. So on adoption of the recommendation for first passage, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Here we go. Committee report on administration and finance, the budget.
I will ask first very briefly for a quick suspension of the rules to allow the mayor to talk a little bit about the budget priorities and all the like, and that we just spent all this time the last few weeks working on.
Seeing no objection, come on up, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'm going to be really brief because I know it's already been a long night. We spent a lot of time at budget hearings. I really want to thank members of the Finance Committee, especially our newer members, for all the time they put in. It's an opportunity to have every single department head here go through details both on capital and operating budgets, hopefully get questions answered. I know we also spend time just talking about general updates at those meetings because it's an opportunity to have a specific department head here. I hope you see how much time and attention goes into crafting the budget, and that we really look at it as sort of a policy directive for the year, not just a set of numbers. Our goal is to provide you with as much information. It's a really transparent process. You see every single line item, what our expectations are, where there are increases, why we thought those increases were necessary, and what the goal is for that spending going forward. This year, I would say some of the larger increases were in the police department budget. So that budget increased to accommodate a group of retirements that we're seeing. We're trying to plan for that, knowing that it takes about a year before we actually have a full officer available after in-service training and the academy that they need to attend. Wanted to accommodate that and not sort of be caught short, given that we have a round of transitions happening with a group of officers retiring, frankly, over the next couple of years, which means this year is sort of that transition year where we're planning for some extras. We're also looking at trying to do some additional work in climate change, recognizing what's happening here as a coastal community. We've done a lot of planning we really need to start doing, so we've put some additional resources in that area, not only some dollars, but also thinking about how we're going to spearhead that work. Right now, it's a little bit of engineering, a little bit of planning, a little bit of conservation commission. We're fortunate to have Jenna Ide, who has a great deal of knowledge in that area, who can sort of quarterback that division, along with our CERT committee, really active, very talented group of volunteers. We're excited about that. We're continuing our investments in schools, in public services. We've done some reorg as a means to try and make sure we have enough bodies on the street, but also the right amount of supervision and guidance to help make sure we're thinking more thoughtfully about that work going forward. And overall, I think we're trying to be mindful of the impacts of capital projects on the budget and the overall increases. I think overall the budget is it's a 3.5% increase. I'm using round numbers here overall, which for us, we're trying to understand the impact on taxpayers. We're still very low below the levy. The levy is the maximum amount we can tax people, so we're more than $3 million under that levy, which means if there were any sort of catastrophe or planning that we need to do, we have an opportunity to have some additional funds that way, but we're not taxing people for it if we don't need it. We just got our bond rating review completed, and we are at AA. That's the highest bond rating the city's had in its history. We're glad to be able to maintain that. Part of that has to do with the good job we've done in terms of creating reserves. So we're at $6.5 million in our stabilization account. That's the rainy day fund. A couple of open issues as we think about the year. We haven't wrapped up fully collective bargaining, so some of those reserves we're going to tap. But overall, I feel like we're trying to balance the needs of a really hot and growing community with the desire that residents have. We've got an active and engaged citizenry. We've talked about infrastructure, a 400-year-old community. How do we meet those demands and needs while also being cognizant of the impact our jobs have on taxpayers? So I'll be here while you go through the budget. I'm available to answer any questions, but really grateful that we've formed a partnership. We'll have deliberations and we'll certainly discuss things. But overall, I think the fact that the administration and the council work together is something that's been very beneficial to us going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, also if for members, if you want to check, there inside your packets, inside your budget books, there's this scorecard of all the departments that we'll be going through. And again, thank you to all the members of the committee and the members who came and the members who watched on TV and then, and then called me to make fun of me afterwards. A certain Ward 1 counselor fits that description. So, I don't have a overall committee report form for it. It's just an all.
Okay, because I have on the agenda here, it says accept the report.
Yes, not really as a report. So, but so the committee administration finance met over the last several weeks, co-hosted the meeting of the whole to review the fiscal year 2019 budget. And that's the report for that one.
Okay,
So,
on acceptance of the report. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
So
let's do this.
First matter is the mayor's departmental budget for fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses, a total of $566,353. Move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption. Under discussion?
No discussion, but if questions pop up, we can take them.
Okay, great. So on Councilor Terrell's motion, all those for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
City Council departmental budget fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses in total of $198,850. Move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption on the City Council departmental budget. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
City Clerk Departmental Budget for fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses in the total of $304,319. Move for adoption.
On Council Terrell's motion for the City Clerk Departmental Budget to be approved, all those in favor, or for adoption, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries. Further committee report.
Elections and Registration Departmental Budget for fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses in a total of $196,023. Move for adoption.
Council Terrell moves for adoption on the Elections and Registration Departmental Budget. Sorry, I'm falling asleep.
Elections Registration Departmental Budget, personnel and non-personnel of $196,023.
$196,023. All those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries. Further committee report.
Assessors Departmental Budget fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses total of $332,194. I move for adoption.
Council Terrell moves for adoption on the Assessing Departmental Budget for $332,194. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further committee reports.
Collectors Departmental Budget fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses in total of $239,420.
Move for adoption. Councilor Terrell moves for adoption in the Collectors Departmental Budget from the amount of $239,420. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further. Go on.
Informational Technology Services Departmental Budget for fiscal year 2019. Just as a note, this combines functions with the school department now. Personnel, non-personnel expenses of $871,209 and fixed costs of $984,046. Total of $1,855,255. Move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption in the IT Services Departmental Budget in the total amount of $1,855,255. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further.
Finance Department Budget, fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses in the amount of $355,590. Move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption, but Councilor Milo had her hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is there no opportunity for discussion of any of these?
I'm sorry, there is. If there was any question.
There were a few back and there's one that I wanted to discuss, but the opportunity didn't come up, that's all.
Okay, should we go, which one? Because we can go back to it.
Council.
The City Council one? Okay, can we go, is that okay?
Sure.
I'll be really brief.
Okay, so if we can just go back to the City Council Departmental Budget. Councilor Milo.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks very much for indulging me.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't see you.
That's okay. I brought this matter up in committee, and it's relatively minor in the big scheme of things, but it's a new item on the City Council budget, and it's a $1,000 line item for counselors for in-state training, and the detail is seminars and training as needed, MMA and other training. So in committee, I, in the interest of openness and transparency, I mentioned that we just got a $1,500 raise January 1st. We're going to get another $1,500 raise this coming January 2019. And to put $1,000 in the budget to pay for city councilors to attend a meeting or to attend an MMA conference or whatever, I just feel that it's not a good use of public funds, that we should be paying for our own registrations and meetings and whatever. And if you actually look at this amount in the context of paying for MMA at $180 a person, that's what the registration costs, the $1,000 would pay for exactly 5.5 counselors to go. So not only do I think it's not a good use of funds, but if it does get voted, then I'd like to know in terms of equity how it's going to be distributed. So I would move that we reduce the non-personnel expenses by $1,000.
Second.
Councilor Milo moves to reduce the non-personnel expense budget by $1,000, seconded by Councilor Dibble. Under discussion, Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. So we did discuss this. It was voted down in committee at the time, but so the point that I'll make here is simple. I actually agree that it's something that is not terribly likely to be used by the city councilors. And it is intended as because the mayor, as she explained at the time, put in an initiative to have more training done within departments, and she decided that it would be good to treat the city council in the same fashion. If people wanted to go and attend a conference on some event of something, that they could have the registration paid for if they chose. If we don't use it, then that money is part of the non-personnel expenses budget, and it's available to be used for other departmental needs. So just as a for instance, it could be used to go towards paying the advertising bill and things that come through us on ordinances that we supply and such. So it's not, it's not a little slush fund for counselors to do whatever. It's $1,000 in the scheme of things. I get the idea of it, but I don't expect I'll be going to any seminars this year, but I appreciate the gesture in it being there, and if we aren't using it, it's useful to take care of other expenses that are related to this, to this body, so I have no problem with it remaining in there.
Thank you. Councillor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I support the good at large counselor's request for this. She did so attending the Committee on Administration and Finance, not being a member, and asked for it, and I supported it then as well. I'm just thinking that this might be the first City Council reduction of anything in the budget for the last 3 years that we vote for this tonight. So with that, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Do I have 3 hands for a roll call vote? Okay.
Councilor
Councilor Fair.
I don't think we're in the business of cut. Sincerely, I think the word cut is an inappropriate word. It's been cut. By the time it gets to our budget, it's been cut. I've served for 34 years. Principals, teachers, all the way through school committee, 12 years. It's been cut. This $1,000 would be nice for young counselors, new counselors coming on board, go to a mayor's conference, go to a statewide conference if they want to take advantage of it, an older counselor myself. It's there for the asking. Is it a big slush fund? No. Is it a training? Look what Starbucks did. Quickly, bang. The national president of Starbucks says we're going to have training. They have the money. We don't have the money for anything coming up in a year. We need a little minor $1,000 opportunity for new counselors, for new issues coming on board, education, even myself. I think we all need to be retrained. If the conference comes up, I would love to attend. Thank you.
Councilor Milo.
I don't want to belabor this, but I want to mention again, we just got $1,500 extra in our check for this year. Next year, January 1st, we're asking the taxpayers to give us each another $1,500, not to mention that some of us get insurance. For us, now some may say it's not worth arguing over. I say it's not worth putting in the budget because it's not worth the optics. It's not worth sending that message to the taxpayers that we're privileged to get $1,000 to get our workshops paid for. That's what we get a salary for. When I first got elected, I went to the DOR out in Marlboro, whatever. I paid the $150, whatever it was. I'm a public servant. I get paid to do that, but that's part of my job, is to learn as much as I can. If I want professional development, if I feel like I need it, I'm going to pay for it myself. I'm not going to look to the taxpayers to pay it. Most of us have campaign funds. That would certainly be something we can take out of our campaign funds. We have a lot of other resources. We don't have to go to the taxpayers to pay our $50 or $150 registration for a conference. I just feel, and again, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't feel so strongly about it. In the big scheme of things, it's a blip on the radar. But I just feel it sends the wrong message as a city council to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Okay, no further discussion. So on Councilor Dibble's motion for a roll call vote to for $1,000 reduction in the non-personnel expense budget under the city council departmental budget. Is that clear? Yes? That's clear. So Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Fury?
No.
Councilor Madore? No. Councilor McCarthy?
No.
Councilor Milo?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
No.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torian?
No.
Counselor Gerard?
No.
Okay, matter of the motion to decrease the city council non-personnel expense budget by $1,000 to $45,650. We have 11 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Okay.
So did we get through the finance department vote before we went back?
Nope, we did
Okay.
not.
All right, finance department budget for fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses totaling $355,590, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the finance departmental budget in the amount of $355,590. Under discussion?
Discussion?
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Parking department budget fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses in the amount of $1,029,545, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the parking department budget in the amount of $1,029,545.
I will say there's increased enforcement resources there. That's a major change to this. There are, so we'll have more parking enforcement in neighborhoods as well as the downtown outside of some of the core hours, which is great. And some additional work going on with garage. So, garages.
Seeing no further discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Purchasing department.
Purchasing department budget for fiscal year 2019. Personnel and non-personnel expenses total of $162,733 with fixed costs of $66,412 for a total of $229,145, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for purchasing department budget in the amount of $229,145. On discussion, any discussion? None. Seeing none on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Treasurer.
Okay, Treasury Department, we have, this is a long one. This covers all, just for briefly, this covers all our assessments to and from the state, our retirement funds, Medicare, municipal insurance, North Shore Regional Vocational School assessment, debt service, and short-term. So personnel, non-personnel expenses of $382,782. Debt service expenses $6,871,087. Short-term debt of $856,699. North Shore Regional Vocational Assessment $2,349,107. State assessment $8,993,331. Contributory retirement personnel $11,490,119. Non-contributory of $12,125, Medicare of $1,114,215, and municipal insurance non-personnel of $338,556 for a total of $32,408 and $32,408,021. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the treasurer's budget, total budget in the amount of $32,408,021. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Solicitor licensing departmental budget fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel budget of $353,913. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the solicitor's total budget in the amount of $353,913. Under discussion?
No discussion?
No discussion. Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
All right, Human Resources Departmental budget. This covers several other items as well. Personnel, non-personnel expenses, $329,025. $412,444 workman's comp personnel. $350,000 unemployment compensation personnel, and group insurance personnel, $13,168,268 for a total human resources budget of $14,259,737. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption in the Human Resources Departmental budget in the total amount of $14,259,737. Under discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
And let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn will be recusing from this item.
Record reflecting Councilor Flynn out.
Fire departmental budget fiscal year 2019 of personnel and non-personnel of $9,238,930. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the fire departmental budget, the total amount being $9,238,930. Moves for adoption. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself now. Under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Please.
At least got to take a little walk. Police departmental budget fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel budget of $11,016,406. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the police departmental budget in the total amount of $11,016,406. Under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Are you recusing on?
Harbor Master?
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Just keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where you're going.
Not yet. Harbor Master departmental budget, personnel and non-personnel, $284,702. And I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the Harbor Master total budget in the amount of $284,702. Under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Public property, building, plumbing, gas inspections departmental budget, fiscal year 2019. Inspectional services, personnel and non-personnel expenses for $594,572. Zoning Board of Appeals, non-personnel expenses, $900. And public property fixed costs of $687,524, for a total of $1,282,996. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the public property, building, plumbing, and gas inspection total departmental budget in the amount of $1,282,996. No discussion, I'm assuming. Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
On the health departmental budget for fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses in the amount of $553,593, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption in the health departmental budget in the total amount of $553,593. Under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing none on Councilor Terrell's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Electrical department budget for fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel expenses in the amount of $779,258. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the electrical departmental total budget in the amount of $779,258. Seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrell's motion, all those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Planning departmental budget fiscal year 2019, personnel, non-personnel, $605,039. Conservation Commission total of $31,409. Planning Board total of $36,401. Market and Tourism non-personnel of $281,425. And Historical Commission total of $30,333 for a departmental total of $984,607. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the planning departmental budget in the amount of $984,607. Seeing no discussion on adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Public Services, this is one Councilor Milo is recused from.
Yep. Okay.
Public Services departmental budget. Public Services total of personnel, non-personnel of $2,824,752. And Snow and Ice personnel, non-personnel total of $458,935 for a total budget of $3,283,687, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for the Public Services Departmental budget in the total amount of $3,283,687. And Councilor Terrell moves for adoption with no discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries.
Engineering departmental budget, personnel and non-personnel budget of $184,061, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrell moves for approval of the engineering departmental budget in the amount of $184,061. Seeing no discussion, I'll acknowledge that. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carried. Let the record reflect that Councilor McCarthy has recused himself on the Recreation and Community Services departmental budget.
And so Recreation Community Services Departmental Budget Fiscal Year 2019. Recreation total of $508,750. Golf course total of $541,502. Witch house total of $211,667, and she does a great job there. Pioneer Village non-personnel for $18,600. And Winter Island total of $244,002 for a departmental total of $1,524,521. And I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the Recreational and Community Services Departmental budget in the total amount of $1,524,521. And seeing no discussion on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed, matter carries.
All right, Council on Aging Departmental budget for 2019. That was dramatic. I love it. I wish the camera would caught that.
That was great.
Never mind.
And let the record reflect that Councilor McCarthy is still recused.
Personnel and non-personnel budget of $484,414. That I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the Council on Aging Departmental budget in the amount of total amount in $484,414. Seeing no discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries.
All right, now we can come back.
Library.
Library departmental budget, personnel and non-personnel of $1,338,784. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the library departmental budget in the total amount of $1,338,784. Seeing no discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries.
Veteran Services Departmental budget fiscal year 2019, personnel and non-personnel total of $564,020, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the Veteran Services Departmental total budget in the amount of $564,020. Seeing no discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries.
School departmental budget, administrative and expenses, a total of $57,628,889. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the school departmental budget in the total amount of $57,628,889. Seeing no discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries.
On budget transfers out of general fund for fiscal year 2019 in the total of $3,848,570. This covers things like our charter school assessment. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption of the budget transfer out general fund for fiscal year 2019 in the total amount of $3,848,570. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the recommendation, all those opposed, matter carries. Total
general fund of budget, this is before we get to the water and sewer enterprise funds, of $145,325,803. I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for the total general fund for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $145,325,803. Seeing no discussion on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor, all those opposed, matter carries.
Okay, sewer enterprise fund for fiscal year 2019. Public services, sewer, engineer sewer, treasurer debt services, sewer assessment, sewer short-term debt, insurance deductible for a total sewer enterprise personnel and non-personnel expenses of $7,457,236. I move for approval by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrio moves for approval by roll call vote in the total sewer enterprise fund of $7,457,236. And Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Fury?
Yes.
Councilor Madore? Yes. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Milo?
Yes.
Councilor Peterson?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Terrio?
Yes.
Councilor Gerard?
Yes. In matter of the sewer enterprise fund for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $7,457,236, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President.
You move for... No, you
Oh,
don't.
sorry, I forgot to do that. Move for immediate reconsideration, hopes will not prevail.
Councilor Terrell moves for immediate reconsideration in the hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
That's where you, when, you don't want to reconsider it. Just don't.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there, don't worry. Okay, water enterprise.
Yeah, budgets could be like that. Water Enterprise Fund fiscal year 2019, public services, water personnel, and non-personnel, engineering, water personnel, non-personnel, treasurer, water long-term debt, water short-term debt, whatever, however the acronym is at this point, because I can't remember, the Salem Beverly Water Sewer Board, whatever. So
good one.
An insurance deductible, I'm paying close. For a total water enterprise of personnel and non-personnel expenses of $6,147,650. I move for approval by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for approval by roll call vote of the total water enterprise fund in the amount of $6,147,650. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Milo?
Yeah.
Council Peterson? Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
Council Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. In the matter of the Water Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $6,147,650, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrell.
Move for immediate reconsideration, hopes it does not prevail.
Councilor Terrell moves for immediate reconsideration in the hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Matter does not carry.
Trash Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2019, engineering personnel, non-personnel expenses, total of $3,229,608, and I move for approval by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for approval by roll call vote in the total trash enterprise fund of $3,229,608. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Milo?
Yes.
Council Peterson?
Yes.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council Gerard?
Yes. Thank you. In the matter of the Treasure Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $3,229,608, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrell.
Move for immediate reconsideration, the hopes it does not prevail.
Councilor Terrell moves for immediate reconsideration in the hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Matter does not carry.
That's total enterprise funds of $16,834,494. The total operating budget for fiscal year 2019 is $162,160,297, and I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption by roll call vote on the total operating budget for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $162,160,297. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Milo?
Yes.
Council Peterson?
Yes.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
Council Gerard?
Yes. In the matter of the total operating budget for fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $162,160,297, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Terrell.
Move for immediate reconsideration, the hopes will not prevail.
Councilor Terrell moves for immediate reconsideration in the hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Matter does not carry.
I'm going to sit down for a while.
Okay. We have passed a budget.
Yahoo. Another one done.
By 11:40, we have passed the budget. Okay, communications from city officials, none. Petitions.
Petition from Comcast for a grant of location to install a conduit and vault for 160 Brick Street.
Hearing ordered June 28, 2018. Further petitions.
The petition from Comcast for a grant of location to install a conduit for 15 Front Street.
Hearing ordered June 28, 2018. Further petitions.
We have a request from the residents on Salem Street to hold a block party on July 7th, 2018, from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. with a rain date of July 14th, 2018.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be granted.
Council McCarthy moves that this be granted under discussion.
Briefly on discussion, I'm going to have a conversation with the police department. It seems like to close a public street from 7 o'clock in the morning until 10:30 at night is an extended amount of time for a block party. I know that they've done it before. They've gone through the permitting process to make sure they put their bouncy houses in the right spot so safety personnel can go the street. They know the drill, but I was talking to my colleague to my right, and he stopped by it last year. I mean, I understand 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning to set up and get ready for noon, but it seems like a block party going from noon till 10:30 at night is an exorbitant amount of time. And, I was informed that they don't go that long. I know they want time to break down. I'll have a conversation with the police department, make sure it works, but I have no problem granting the permit. It's just that the hours seem a little skewed.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Councilor McCarthy's motion that this be granted, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have a request from the residents of Cedar Crest Ave to hold a block party on July 21st from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. with a rain date of July 22nd.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be granted.
Councilor Dibble moves that this be granted under discussion.
Really, very briefly, you know that I love block parties. It's a great way to bring communities together. Those that are still home watching, I think the cameras might be off by now. We need more block parties throughout the whole city of Salem. It brings whole neighborhoods together. I'll be voting for this.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Councilor Dibble's motion that this be granted, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
Held from the last meeting, the request from B&S Fitness to hold a road race and use the city streets on September 22nd, 2018.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that it be granted.
Council McCarthy moves that this be granted under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Council McCarthy's motion that this be granted, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
Held from the last meeting, the request from B&S Fitness to hold a road race and use the city streets on October 27th, 2018.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that it be granted.
Council McCarthy moves that this be granted under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Council McCarthy's motion that this be granted, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have the following license applications for public guides and taxi operators.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that it be granted.
Council McCarthy moves that these be granted under discussion.
No discussion.
Seeing no discussion on Council McCarthy's motion, these be granted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have the following list of license for secondhand clothing and tag days.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs.
Council McCarthy moves that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs. Any discussion? No discussion. Seeing no discussion on Council McCarthy's motion, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have one drain layer contract operator license.
Councilor McCarthy.
Move that it be granted.
Council McCarthy moves that this be granted under discussion on Council McCarthy's motion that this be granted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have 5 following claims.
Council McCarthy.
Yeah, we don't want to read them. I move that these matters be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs.
Council McCarthy moves that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinance, Licenses, and Legal Affairs under discussion. No discussion. On Council McCarthy's motion that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinance, Licenses, and Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further petitions.
We have a drain layer bond and a sign bond.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs and returned approved.
Council McCarthy moves that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinance, Licenses, and Legal Affairs and returned approved. Any further discussion on the matter? I see you sitting down, so no. And on Council McCarthy's motion, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Unfinished business. Never thought we'd get here.
We're not finished yet.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking limited time, repeal Ocean Ave in front of number 83 for a distance of 20 feet, handicap park and tow zone.
Councilor Terrio.
Move adoption for second and final passage.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for second and final passage. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing none on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption for second and final passage, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap park and limited time, Plymouth Street in front of number 3 for a distance of 20 feet, handicap park and tow zone.
Councilor Terrio.
Move for adoption for second and final passage.
Councilor McCarthy moves for adoption for second and final passage. Any
McCarthy
discussion? Did I say McCarthy? I'm not even thinking anymore. Councilor.
I'm bold too.
Okay, so Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for second and final passage. Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none on Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption for second and final passage. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking, limited time, Forest Avenue in front of number 20 for a distance of 20 feet, handicap parking tow zone.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption for second and final passage.
Councilor McCarthy moves for. Oh my
Again?
God. Councilor Terrio moves for adoption for second and final passage. Under discussion.
No discussion, Councilor Famico.
Whoa. On Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption for second and final passage. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking, limited time, Moffett Road, in front of number 58 for a distance of 18 feet, handicap parking tow zone, with the condition that the post be removed from the sidewalk.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption for second and final passage.
Under discussion.
Yes, very briefly, at the Ward 1, the good Ward 1 councilor's suggestion, I did indeed meet with the city solicitor, and then I separately met with the acting director of parking and traffic on this issue, the two small issues, the size of the parking space, so you all understand, at 18 foot, it's a very tight area, and the city solicitor checked. There is no minimum distance for a parking space. In fact, the acting parking director suggests that it could be even less, should we so choose, in a tight area. So the 18 foot is fine. With regard to the second half of that the trouble is the handicap parking space is not accessible because of the condition of the sidewalk, but we can't repair the sidewalk until the handicap ramp posts come off of the sidewalk. So it's like a series of dominoes. The city solicitor felt she was uncomfortable with putting a condition on an ordinance, and that the city would be better served if we simply repeal this in the future should the owner not take the posts off the sidewalks and make everything in compliance. So I'd like to strike, I move to strike the end of that last sentence and by deleting with the condition that the post be removed from the sidewalk. And then if they're not removed, I'm going to come back and see you all and ask for the handicap spot, which is not handicap accessible, to be removed from the street.
Okay, Councilor Fury.
Yes,
Sorry.
Thank you. Councilor Gerard, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had expressed some concerns to the city solicitor about this because of that 18 feet requirement. And what she found was that the Massachusetts Office on Disabilities, while there isn't a specific law, they have a policy that it's 20 feet, and they've been recommending the policy for some time. So I recommend that we amend it to be 20 feet to follow along with the policy that the Mass Office on Disabilities uses.
Any further discussion?
I need a second on my amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Toriel. Under discussion? On the motion made by Councilor Gerard, seconded by Councilor Toriel. Further discussion?
Mr. President, thank you. This is a tight little section of about 5 houses, and the 20-foot area would be right next to a driveway. So you'd be pulling in, pulling out into the spot, and it does not need 20 feet. So I know the area well. I live on the street. I have many friends in the area. They complain about the amount of parking here, and we're reducing it to a point that is simply not needed. And I'd suggest we go with the 18 feet as I've requested. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion? All those in favor of Councilor Gerard's motion, seconded by Councilor Toriel, is that correct? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion does not pass. Councilor Gerard?
Okay, do you want me to just... Okay, so on Councilor Gibble's motion to amend the amendment for second and final passage, just removing the condition that the post be removed from the sidewalk. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
The second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, Section 75, parking prohibitions, towing zone, resident sticker parking on repair and replace on Federal Street.
Councilman Dore.
Thank you, Madam President.
Waive the reading.
Saving the best for last, no reading? Okay. I will read it. Move for adoption for second and final passage.
Councilman Dore moves for adoption for second and final passage. Any discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Seeing no discussion on Councilman Dore's motion for adoption for second and final passage, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries. Councilor Fury.
Motion to adjourn?
Councilor Fury motions to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.